Boogie boogie.
We kicked its ass!
Bill Murray was 33 when he shot Ghostbusters.
That's right, boys.
And in the 70s and 80s, this is what actors in their 30s and 40s look like. But something has changed since then, because actors that age today don't look like this anymore.
I lost my hand!
They look like this. Or like this. Actors today need to have great hair, perfect skin, and be in flawless shape. They don't look like regular people anymore, they look like supermodels. This isn't every single actor, but it's clear there's been an overall change in how A-list performers look. And it's also how they're shown to the camera, like in low lighting and with more vibrant colours. They're surrounded by other people, and on an actual set, rather than a green screen.
Everything's under control, situation normal.
You're probably going to say this is because of a wider trend of movies looking bland and flat nowadays, and things like bad lighting, dull colours, and the Netflixy look make basically everything in modern movies look worse. And also, we can't ignore cosmetic surgery.
As my plastic surgeon always said.
But if you look at movies from before the millennia, it's hard to deny that the actors looked more like regular people.
Keep it still back there, lady, or else we're gonna have to shoot you.
Okay, so the word ugly is a bit harsh, and I'm not trying to objectify or body shame anyone. Most people who are cast in movies aren't unpleasant to look at. I just mean that they have bodies and faces that could theoretically belong to a normal person without the aid of personal trainers, dietitians, and plastic surgeons. They look like normal everyday people you could see walking down the street.
I need a man who has powerful friends.
Bruce Willis, Bill Murray, and Jack Nicholson aren't bad looking guys, but they have a sort of everyman appeal that we just don't see in today's stars.
Saw it on the television.
And a big part of this is that today, people just generally look younger.
Physical, clean,
Age.
26.
There's a great Vsauce video from a few years ago that goes into this in more detail. Essentially, the clothes and overall style has changed, and combined with better medical care, nutrition, and less smoking, people are healthier and better looking.
Guess I started smoking when I was about 4.
So here's a few age comparisons that highlight this in
My
action.
mom was already dead then from lung cancer.
Gene Hackman is 44 here. Actors in their mid-40s today look like this.
Are we soulmates?
Or like this. There's quite a big difference.
Just a little slap.
Sylvester Stallone was 30 when he first shot Rocky.
Look at his face.
A comparable actor today would be Timothy Chalamet at 29.
You young pop!
But they play very different types of characters. If we want to be fair, let's compare two all-American action stars.
Drop it, dickhead.
Glenn Powell, 35 in Twisters, and Bruce Willis, 33 in Die Hard. Robert Pattinson was 35 when he played Batman, and Michael Keaton was only 2 years older.
Bruce Wayne.
Are you sure?
But Keaton has visible lines around his mouth, his hair has receded a bit, and he has a subtle 5 o'clock shadow that doesn't feel purposeful. But Pattinson, even though dressed up to look sleep-deprived and reclusive, has a chiseled jaw and perfect skin. Overall, he looks a lot younger.
That's interesting.
But there's something more at play than actors simply looking older in the past.
Frank, they're not here for you.
It's the kind of faces that have changed too.
Weird Al Yankovic is on the plane.
It's the everyman look, receding curly hair or imperfect skin. And it's because of these distinct features that characters had a stronger sense of personality just by looking at them.
Do you have any hobbies?
I collect spores, molds, and fungus.
But before we continue, let's take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Opera Browser. With Opera's integrated tools, I can easily organize my research.
Zendaya was like 26 in that movie, and they compared her to some old dude. Zendaya Kravitz? Didn't they compare her to some other chick? Yeah, whatever. People in the 80s looked older. And it's probably because of smoking and probably drinking too.
Now, back to ugly actors and aesthetic personalities.
Do you have any hobbies?
In the opening of Once Upon a Time in the West, we meet 3 characters who don't survive the end of the scene. But they all have an interesting look. Al Mullock has long hair blowing across his face and vibrant blue eyes. Jack Elam has the long eyebrows and beard that goes down his neck. And then Woody Strode looks completely different, with a square jaw and a piercing look. From their faces alone, we can get a level of understanding to their character. It's hard to put into words, but we get a feeling that this guy is going to behave differently to this guy. And then compare them to the station manager. We can understand the dynamic just from the way they look. You can say this is down to great casting, and to some extent it is, but ultimately, it's just these guys' faces that carry the entire 15-minute opening.
Oh, well, I suppose it'll be alright.
It's the same with the heads of the 5 families in The Godfather. Sure, they all look like mob bosses, but they have small differences in their appearance.
We're all grateful to Don Corleone for calling this meeting.
How they style their hair, the type of suit they wear, and how fat they are, all goes a long way to tell us about their character.
He had all the judges and politicians in his pocket.
And this isn't just limited to side characters. Even the leads in the past had a more interesting look. They didn't all look like supermodels.
You look like 40 miles of rough road.
This is people like Sissy Spacek, Leslie Nielsen, and Cher. They simultaneously look like a normal person, but also have a unique look.
Completely normal individual.
Kurt Russell in Escape from New York was big, but in shirtless scenes his abs have little definition. Bruce Willis was handsome, but his receding hairline and modest muscles retain a sort of everyman look. And compare how Hugh Jackman looked in the first X-Men film in 2000 to Deadpool Wolverine. So what is the effect of this? What is the effect of seeing these regular looking people on screen? And how does seeing interesting faces work to make a movie better? Let's take a look at a few examples.
What have you done to it? What have you done to its eyes?
This is Mia Farrow in
New gay Frank Tufano vid? Okay, we'll watch that next.
Rosemary's Baby.
I'm Rosemary Woodhouse.
As the film progresses, she cuts her hair shorter and begins to look paler and thinner. Visually, we understand the transformation the character is undergoing.
I'm not changing. I just want to go to Dr. Hill and get a second opinion.
Would this work if she was played by someone like Margot Robbie? I don't think so. It's Mia Farrow's unique look that helps make the character feel like an actual person that could exist somewhere, which makes us empathise with her more.
Dr. Hill, please.
It's the same with John Travolta in Blowout, Shelley Duvall and Jack Nicholson in The Shining, and Malcolm McDowell in A Clockwork Orange.
It was horrible.
In Star Wars, Luke and his family look like fairly ordinary people, whereas Grand Moff Tarkin and the Imperial officers have a much more austere look to them.
Fear will keep the local systems in line.
In the 20th century, the pool of actors to choose from seems to have been much more aesthetically varied than it is today. There was actors with big noses.
I got it, go ahead.
Big foreheads.
He's gonna prove it to the whole world.
Heavy-set eyes.
Did you know that?
And receding hairlines.
With you and me together, that'd be tops.
We subconsciously infer things.
You know, I wonder if some of this has to do with more gay dudes and women running Hollywood. Because you'd imagine if there's more gay dudes and women, they may have a preference for hiring younger looking, better looking kind of people. Whereas, like before, if it's all just straight Jewish dudes, you know.
It's about people's personality based on their features, which in turn helps them create a richer character without much heavy lifting.
Mentally, you picture my dog.
In Taxi Driver, De Niro's buddies look like real cab drivers you could actually find in New York. This guy, completely bald on top but with a flow at the back. This guy with his scruffy beard and round glasses. And even De Niro himself with his 5 o'clock shadow and redness around his eyes. If you got into a cab and this was the driver, you wouldn't think twice.
Did I tell you to do that with the meter?
All of these actors look like they actually belong in the setting rather than just walking out of a dressing room.
Can I talk to you for a second?
And this is environmental immersion. In 1976, after Sylvester Stallone went 15 rounds in Rocky, his face was soaking wet, his hair sticking to his head, and he's covered in blood with his face fully contorted with bruises. But in 2015, after Michael B. Jordan fought in Creed, he's just got a subtle sheen of sweat and a small bruise around one eye.
Yeah.
Stop! It's me!
At the end of Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire's suit is ripped to hell, revealing his bruised, dirty and sweaty face and this chaotic tear across his mask.
Mr. Osborn.
But for Tom Holland, he's got a couple of cuts that seem very intentionally placed, and his suit isn't ripped at all. His mask hasn't been torn open, but just neatly taken off.
Hey, Blondie? Water?
After Clint Eastwood walked 70 miles in the desert, his face is completely scarred and burned. We can barely recognise him. But today, there aren't many examples of actors looking scarred like this. It seems like everyone has to look perfect all the time. It's as if somewhere along the way, almost every actor has taken the substance and transformed into a kind of picture-perfect version of themselves. Not a single wrinkle, not a hair out of place, and completely smooth skin. The best we'll get is maybe a small smear of dirt or a tiny cut.
Yeah.
And they look great, but when everyone looks perfect, things start to get a bit stale. And sure, this isn't every single actor working today. You can still find distinct looking people, but it seems like it is the majority of them. In an article from 2021, Raquel S. Benedict likens our body to become an investment in which we have to maximize our value through looking good. We're reduced to a collection of features like perfect skin or a strong jawline. The body is no longer the vehicle through which we experience joy and pleasure, but a status symbol that needs to be constantly presentable to the world.
Put your greasy tits away, you preening slut.
For actors, this is taken to the extreme, especially for women. They can never age or show any imperfection. They need to be a bankable star, and a big part of this is looking good on camera.
Pretty girls should always smile!
Let's take hairlines as an example. Sure, Andrew Garfield probably got a hair transplant because he thought it would improve his appearance, but also because it's better to have a smaller forehead as a leading man. And with modern technology, if you can fix this, why wouldn't you?
Yes, Sergeant!
This just wasn't the case in the past, hence a wider spectrum of hairlines and a bigger aesthetic variety.
You sound well rested. Frank uploaded a new vid, dancer emoji, steam locomotive emoji, musical notes emoji, smiley face emoji, cool face emoji.
I am pretty well rested. I just got up from a nap. And yeah, we're going to watch the new Frank vid next. Thanks for the donation, James.
I wouldn't touch one hair on his goddamn little head.
But today, this is becoming increasingly noticeable, and more people are commenting on it, and here are a few things they've said. I miss actors having normal teeth, and then a picture of Tom Cruise from The Outsiders.
Check this out, buddy.
It's so annoying and just plain boring that everyone has the same teeth, the same body. I miss people looking different and interested.
Restroom and make sure my hair is perfect.
I watched Invasion of the Body Snatchers last night, and it stood out to me that while Sutherland is hot, he's also clearly in his 40s. Like, if Hollywood wanted to make a movie of a 40-something A-lister playing a middle-aged health inspector, who would they cast? Ryan Reynolds? Chris Evans?
Yeah, I got this.
We no longer have leading men who are good-looking and charismatic, but also don't look like they wake up at 5 AM to hit the gym. On Twitter, someone was talking about the 1974 movie Taken of Pelham 1, 2, 3.
Pelham 1, 2, 3.
They said it's weirdly invigorating to watch a movie where every actor has an incredible face, and they all look normal, like no veneers inside.
This is supposed to be a democracy.
Old actors have more grace than current ones. We can't have a truly accurate cast for the Beatles because they just don't make weird, crusty-looking young men actors like that anymore. I miss casting movies that weren't all A-listers or trying to be. Sometimes just having normal-ass people in your movie makes it feel more realistic. To which someone replied, "Convinced this will be the downfall of the Odyssey." Which brings us on to perhaps a good label to put on this kind of perfect-looking A-lister we see today. iPhone face. It's hard to define, but I think it's basically this kind of pristine look that most actors seem to have. It's why some people look out of place in period pieces, because they've got a modern haircut or their teeth are too white. They're striving for a kind of look.
Ugh. Are you kidding me? He uses this disgusting fucking freak as an example? Fuck right off. Oh, jeez, that's just...
It didn't really exist.
Oh. $202, let me see.
The title of this video, YouTube followers, is The Beauty of the World's Religions. All one needs to do is 5 minutes worth of research, and one will see that the religions of this planet are beautiful. Judaism, it's the religion that gave birth to Jesus of Nazareth. It's a beautiful religion. Islam, the 5 pillars of Islam, fasting for Ramadan. This is a
raping 9-year-old girls.
Beautiful religion. I mean, people take pilgrimages. Catholicism.
This guy's a gay retard. I wish I could kick him. Thanks for the donation too.
Before the 21st century, and this speaks to a kind of aesthetic that many modern movies have. They're perfectly lit, the set perfectly designed, the actors in perfectly clean clothes. But this kind of perfection just makes it all look boring. It's the messiness of a normal kitchen, or the dirt kicked up from horses, the colour of the set, and the way it's lit. We're losing a sense of personality not only in how actors look, but in how films in general look.
Hello?
Digital cinematography has given everything the same kind of Netflixy feel. Look, this isn't every movie, and it's not every actor. If you look for it, you can find interesting looking people in modern movies, but this whole change in how actors, and by extension movies in general, look, is a natural result of an industry that's afraid to take risks. Movies need to make money, so they minimise anything that could theoretically...
Let's see, Frank Tufano apparently did a dum-dum. Oh my god, that irritates the ever-loving shit out of me. Looks like he has a bunch of new shorts too. These look really stupid.
Way to say you actually considered Alita Battle Angel to be a great movie. That movie sucked ass. What makes you say the girl in it was too pretty was the reason critics hated it. You do know there can be valid reasons for why the movie is just bad, right?
Tell me you're a gay retard without telling me you're a gay retard. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
If you guys are tired of getting ripped off by Vital Farms, we have the highest quality farm fresh, local, Amish, corn and soy-free eggs shipped straight to your door for lower price than what Vital Farms charges in the supermarket. I'll show you guys what 12 dozen eggs looks like when you get it. Just comes in a plain brown box, nothing conspicuous. And then when you open this up, we have nice insulated styrofoam to keep the temperature regardless of the time of year. So it prevents the eggs from freezing in the winter and keeps them nice and cool in the summer. You can take these trays right out of here, put them directly in the fridge. Each box is 12 dozen eggs, and we also have options for 3 dozen and 6 dozen on frankiesfreerangefoods.com. But the best price is frankiesfreerangemeat.com.
Apparently, with a lot of his egg orders, the eggs are rotten. That's why he gets so much return or chargebacks.
Just wanted to apologize. Some of you guys placed an order on Frankie's Naturals, and we're out of tooth.
No, haven't seen the first 28 Years Later. Apparently the second one's good, so I gotta watch the first one first.
Based. I'm just waiting on a few ingredients to make a new batch myself. We accidentally gave away way too much at the New York City meetup a few months ago. We gave away like 500 boxes of toothpaste, which in hindsight, you know, the sales were kind of slow. We weren't really selling that much, but I did give away way too much. I think we gave away like $20,000 or $30,000 worth of everything, and toothpaste is one of the things we ran out of. So like, just like the moisturizing cream, we ran out of that. I had to make a new batch myself, but can't afford to pay the manufacturer to make another batch. So we're just waiting on a few more organic ingredients to come in, and we should be able to make the toothpaste within a week and have it out within 2 weeks. So thank you guys for being patient. frankiesnaturals.com, everything.
It looks like his business is just going away. So I don't know why anybody would buy the shit from him. What's funny is, like, he's the one who's made this all public, too.
Some of you guys know we've been struggling a lot on Frankie's Free Range Meat these past few months because of scammers, people stealing money from me, all types of nonsense. So I figured maybe we could try to make the best of a bad situation and start offering organic produce. This might help us get out of a hole, it might not, but it's something I've always wanted to do, and a lot of people don't have access to organic fruits and vegetables, especially at their local supermarket, that are both high quality and fresh. And although we're starting with packages, like we have a fruit package, we have a vegetable package, then we're doing starches, lettuces, mushrooms, and seasonings. So I tried to break it up for people with different dietary restrictions. If you guys want to read exactly what's in these produce packages, you can on the website frankiesfreerangemeat.com. So hopefully this goes well, and if you guys can support us over these next few weeks especially, hopefully we can move to a la carte, which I would be super excited to do. And a la carte just means that you're going to be able to order whatever you want and how much you want, and I think that's something really special that no one else is offering online. And I've tried my best to curate these packages and make them as high quality and affordable as possible with like the most popular and desirable like fruits and vegetables and stuff you guys would use in your daily life. For now, please just order this separate from the meat, and hopefully things go well and we're able to place a produce order, and then we can again move to a la carte as quickly as possible. It's just, you know, there's like literally hundreds and hundreds of different types of fruits and vegetables, and in order for me to get you guys exactly what you want, there has to be enough of each individual items ordered. So as much as I would like to bring in like fresh organic pomegranate and pineapples and dragon fruit and young coconut, like all types of really high quality, very nutritious, very healthy stuff, in order for me to do that, you know, there has to be enough of a demand for it. And then once we do get to that point, you know, if someone wants to order like 15 pints of blueberries, yeah, that's no problem. I'd really like to get to that as soon as possible. So if we do have enough support from you guys and this produce thing goes well and we sell enough packages.
This has got to be some kind of scam. He's getting foreclosed on and he's doing this shit?
Hopefully I can just flick the switch to a la carte and we get enough demand every week for the individual produce items that we can buy at least a case of it. I mean, worst case scenario, we just don't do it, you know. We do it once and then, hey, there's not enough of a demand, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think people really want high quality organic produce, and there's no other way to introduce it. We have, there's an
Oh my god.
this organ.
Dodo Nutellers, oh look what do you... Oh look, what do you know? You were 100% right, and Destiny was entirely wrong, so you would have won a few bitcoins if he agreed to that bet. Is he going to admit he was a clown now? Trump also canceled the tariffs that he threatened.
President Trump standing before the world and putting it on notice. He's not backing off at all in terms of his ambition to take control of Greenland, but says it will be through negotiation.
And just minutes ago, he wrapped up his much-anticipated speech at the World Economic Forum. He delivered his clearest statement yet that he will not use military force to seize the Danish territory, but reiterated his desire to take over Greenland. He also slammed the NATO military alliance and American allies, calling his demand for Greenland a, quote, small ask.
We never asked for anything. And we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland.
We're covering all the angles of this very important developing story. CNN.
Well, yeah, obviously. Too bad Destiny didn't agree to that Bitcoin deal.
A lot of very unique and high quality
Dodo.
products here on Frankie's Free Range Meat. Most recently, our pure sourdough line. But what's really special, and I guarantee you no one else is doing, is the highest quality organic pizza you will ever try. As with all of the pure sourdough products, our pizza dough base is made with all organic flour, glass bottled mineral water, and naturally fermented over several days to
Yeah, that pizza is going to be disgusting.
improve both the taste and nutrition. Then we use a white tomato sauce, which is from organic heirloom white tomatoes grown locally by Amish farmers. That's a very unique thing you can't get anywhere else because we're the first people to do it. We did it ourselves. It's custom. It's very unique. It's much less inflammatory than regular tomato sauce. And on top, we have our mozzarella cheese made, again, locally by Amish farmers. And we use a 2-year Parmigiano Reggiano on top. So it's, you know, elements of high quality local produce as well as the classic Parmigiano Reggiano to give it that signature flavor. These pizzas are available on frankiesfreerangemeat.com, And compared to what you're paying other people, it's insane. We're at the same price point as any other high quality pizza, but this is above and beyond what anyone else is doing. Not only do we have...
It's a fucking frozen pizza. Like, Jesus. Dodo $2. Frank's pizza looks disgusting. And people say vegan food looks gross. Well, I can tell you right now, even frozen day of vegan pizza looks 10 times better than Frank's trash, and yet people still buy his garbage. What the fuck? And I mean, it's not even pizza dough. It's some, like, gross sourdough. It's just so fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The absolute highest quality, unique ingredients that no one else even has access to. Maybe some people have as high quality flour, but they're certainly not using glass bottled mineral water. I mean, even the salt we put in there, a natural 3-day fermentation, and the stuff on top, the white tomato sauce, the organic local mozzarella, and the 2-year Parmigiano Reggiano. On a frozen pizza, I would be shocked if any other frozen, even the highest quality artisanal organic frozen pizza companies, I'd be surprised if they were using actual 2-year Parmigiano Reggiano on it, but let's cut this pizza and try it. Now, the way you would prepare this at home is, let it thaw out a few hours and then pop it in the oven, or you could probably just pop it in the oven, but that's gonna kind of alter the cooking temperature.
Yeah, that's not good. That's just shitty sourdough bread with really shitty tomato sauce. 21st, $92. That shit looks incredible. Sure it does.
Organized group of individuals that are gang stalking and harassing me and have successfully gotten my social media accounts taken down on several occasions. And because of this extreme, targeted, and slanderous harassment against my personal being and my business, I will be filing several additional lawsuits this week, as well as going to the police and filing several reports against these people. And whether it's this year, next year, or 5 years from now, I promise I will find all of these individuals and they will pay me and reimburse me for the damage they have caused to my online reputation and my business. And if you think that Reddit or TikTok or any of these platforms are going to protect your personal information when they're in front of a jury for millions of dollars, I promise you they won't. So if you guys can please share the video and share my YouTube channel. I'm sure it has to do with these people hired by Dr. Taban and protecting him.
He has to know that he's full of shit. He's just hoping somebody will just give him money in a lawsuit. 21st Century Teller said, inedible, you nigger degenerate, learn how to fucking read. Oh, sorry, inedible. I have an astigmatism. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
An organized group of individuals on Reddit has been cyberbullying and gang stalking me for far too long. This is not like a little slander civil matter. These people have broken multiple criminal cyberbullying laws and have continued to harass, threaten, and ruin my personal life. So we're going to go to the police tomorrow. I'm sure they'll send it right to the FBI. And
welcome to the gang stalkers. Oh, this is great.
I mean, if Reddit tries to wipe this clean and get rid of everything and delete the evidence, that's just going to be further proof of their wrongdoing, as I have most of it saved to my computer. So we'll see what happens. I'm really disgusted and disappointed by this, and I can't really afford a lawyer. I mean, not that I can. I mean, well, I can't afford a lawyer, but I don't, like, anytime I reach out to a lawyer to help me, they don't want to. So we'll probably have to handle all this.
He's lying. He won't pay any lawyer. He even refuses to cover his own court fees.
Civil filings myself, and we'll see if the police help us on the criminal end.
Fat doesn't lift the weight. Muscles do. Slow cut is the way. You'd maybe stop fainting doing a rep on OHP. LLLLLLLLLLLU. Hurrah. 777 octillion 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 777 octillion.
Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, OHP. Abbas Lucille, don't you tell her I saw your roid rage freak out from the other day, bud. You've been in this pattern before. The very drug that's making you mental problems worse. You're utterly convinced of making everything better and better. Snow blindness. Thanks for the donation.
What's up, guys? We're down here at Frankie's Strange Meat. It's like 5 o'clock and I haven't eaten all day, so I'm having one of my favorite snacks, the macadamia nuts. Tried some of the beef sticks, but they're really dehydrated and dried out, so we might remake them. It's good for it's still good for a snack, and it's great for like a non-perishable like hiking thing, but since they're so dried out, they're a little bit hard to chew. I don't want to just go home and have a big bowl of rice, so I don't know if I should eat all these. If you guys missed the video on these, it's basically just macadamia nuts roasted and seasoned with honey and salt, so they're like hyper palatable. And it's called crackdamia because if you open this package, you will eat the whole thing. But the reason I like it is because they're really calorically dense, so like if I haven't eaten all day, it'll hold me over a while. I wanted to thank you guys for
Hey Vegan Gains, did you see the speech Carney gave at Davos? I'm American, so I don't know shit about him, but he seemed based.
No, I did not see that. I heard something about that, but I haven't actually listened to it. Thanks for the donation, though, Blake. Carney's a piece of shit, by the way. Absolutely horrible fucking prime minister. I would love if a Syrian immigrant would kick him in the nuts. So, he's a piece of shit. Just a corrupt fucking lying asshole. Thanks, Blake. 21st Century Tellers, Gary is a beta cuck.
I'm still positive that all of our hatred stems from speciesism, because that's the root of it all.
I would disagree with that. But these two are dumb, useless fucking retards. I wouldn't say Gary's a beta cuck. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Supporting us a little extra over the past few weeks, placing some more orders. Not sure if it makes much of a difference, to be honest. We're still in a really bad financial situation. But just going to try to stick it out over the next few weeks and see how things go. We're just like...
Yeah, he is going to get foreclosed on.
Really behind on the bills. I'm having a hard time trying to keep all the products in stock because like I'm falling behind on invoices and like they're not going to release product until you pay off the invoice. And the bank didn't give me a line of credit or increase my credit limit or anything. I was like, hey, if we're going to go out of business, might as well try something new. And, you know, produce isn't that expensive. So we could do it, but it's just the profit margin's really low. So I'm honestly not sure if it's a bad idea or not. That's going to be the main focus of this video is we're going to have produce available on the website. We're going to have a few different packages and see if you guys like it and hopefully expand from there. Lovely refrigeration noises in the background. The reason I like Frankie's Free Range Meat is because we have stuff a la carte, and I don't think most people want packages. I think most people want to choose the products they want, and a lot of these other meat companies, especially the ones selling like feedlot grain-fed beef, are just making these packages because they can't cover their shipping costs, and they're like being deceitful and ripping people off, because once you spend $300 and they suckered you into buying whatever they throw in that box and you're not happy with it, well, they have your $300 and you have a few $100s worth of stuff you don't really like and you're never going to do business with them again. That being said, for this produce stuff, we're going to have to start off with packages, and then hopefully we can do a la carte. It's just the selection of produce is insane. And I didn't say the word organic yet, but that's all we do is organic. It's only going to be USDA organic produce in these packages. And as much as I like to list the 1,000 items I have access to and let you guys choose, like, oh, I want 10 bananas and 5 blueberries and 20 pounds of sweet potatoes, as much as I like...
You know, it's funny. He sells, supplements where they either come from or the raw ingredients are from China. And he'll say his supplements are organic. And even assuming he went through the effort of only buying organic supplement ingredients from Alibaba, well, guess what? China doesn't have any standard on what organic is. Chinese organic is a very different thing than USDA organic. So he's full of shit.
Like to do that. Maybe I should have filmed this in a different room, but as much as I'd like to do that in the future, it's just not possible from like a starting off standpoint. So before I start
I think Gum Gum's having a nap upstairs. He'll probably come down eventually.
rambling too much, this is what I came up with last night. So I didn't want to do a produce package and give people just everything, because I know some people have strict diets. Like some people only eat fruit, some people don't eat vegetables, some people will eat stuff. So since people are picky, I did try to break it down reasonably. So we have fruits, vegetables, mushrooms, lettuces, starches, and then herbs and seasonings. So these are the packages that are going on the website right now, and you guys can order these separately from the meat for now. I just want to see how this goes and see if we could even do it. So I don't think there's a chance of this not going through. It's just long term, we might not be able to do it. So each of these packages is enough to have, well, it's a little confusing, but for me, this was the best way to break it down. So in the fruit package, I have some apples, bananas, blackberries, blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, some lemons and limes. Like if you want to put lemon or lime juice in your water, or you want to make a marinade, you have a few lemons and limes in there, some oranges, and some kiwis. So I tried to do the most popular fruits. Like if we can do a la carte in the future and this goes really well, like, I mean, they have like pomegranates and pineapples and dragon fruit. They have some types of like exotic fruits.
Thanks for the membership, Turiguliano.
To like organic passion fruit, they have organic coconuts. And I guess I should have said this in the beginning, but if you guys want to place like a custom large order, I can probably do it. You're just going to have to email it to me. And it's going to be a lot of work on my end, but maybe we can, if it's a high enough volume of something, I can probably do it at the start. So this fruit.
Oh, thank God you're here.
What? Well, I was just about to go to bed. What's up?
Did you hear that Trump said he will not invade Greenland?
Yeah, I think somebody talked him down.
Yeah. So where's my Bitcoin?
I mean, you guys were pretty both serious on this issue from before.
So where's my Bitcoin?
Why would you get a Bitcoin?
We agreed on that. We
What did we
agreed
agree
on
on?
if he would not invade Greenland, I would get a Bitcoin.
When was this?
You know that first little argument we had about Venezuela?
From a few days ago.
I said I would give you a Bitcoin if he didn't invade Greenland on 1-to-1 odds?
Yeah.
No, I
Oh,
don't think
yeah.
that ever happened.
Dan was there.
Yeah. I need to see a clip of that one.
I'll have my lawyers contact you.
Okay.
Well, hold on. I mean, you should be able to just go
keep
find a
track of
clip,
that.
you know?
All right, my lawyers will be contacting you.
Okay.
I'll also tell them about those nude photos that you unlawfully took from my OnlyFans.
They were free. Okay, I'll let them know too. Okay. Going to sleep. Good night. Be careful, guys.
All right, nighty night. Nighty night, Dan.
Good night.
That's funny.
Good evening, Richard. How did you sleep? Soundly? Do you ever snore? Does Isaac hear your snoring? Does Isaac snore? Do you sleep naked? I do because it helps me sleep. Hope you're having a good day, Richard. Smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji.
In the summer, I like sleeping naked. I can't really do that anymore because I don't have enough privacy. But yeah, in the summer when it's really hot, it's nice to sleep naked. I also feel very sexy and pretty in bed when I'm naked. But yeah, it's some good rest. Thanks for the donation, James. Killing Titan donated $2. Let me see.
You're not convinced you can get enough nutrients on a plant-based diet? Where am I getting my nutrition? I don't know how to eat food. Someone please teach me how to eat. Truly sorry for having so rigorously and at times perhaps unanimity indicated the.
What is this?
Oh my god! Alex is vegan! Oh my god, he's eating broccoli!
Natural, this is quite embarrassing, blah blah blah, humbling.
You're not convinced.
Yes, I did that. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
Package, which is basically enough for you to have fruit every single meal of the week, is $80. So it's $80 worth of organic fruit. Might be 75. It's going to be 75 or 80. For vegetables, we have carrot, celery, onion. So you have your mirepoix if you want to like cook something. We have cauliflower, mixed peppers, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, cucumbers, and heirloom tomatoes. Again, guys, I'm trying to choose what I think are like the most popular vegetables, but the selection is so vast, like it's.
Asteroid Tellers, is Killing Titan bigger and stronger than you? What about when you were natty? Is he a natty? I don't think so, especially not now, I don't think. As far as I know, he's natty. But thanks for the donation, S.
Kind of hard.
I hit 320 on the bench today. My bench has been blowing up ever since I started doing heavy weighted dips.
Nice. Excellent lift, dude. Yeah, I've been doing a lot more dips. I don't weight them too heavy. Still aim for like 8 to 10 reps, but yeah, dips are a good exercise. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
The vegetables are $50. Carrot, celery, onion, cauliflower, mixed peppers, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, cucumbers, and tomatoes. That package is going to be $50. For mushrooms, I put them separate. So it's just one of each type of organic mushroom. So you get a package of king oyster mushrooms, a package of lion's mane, a package of maitake, a package of royal trumpet, and I might do 2 packages of shiitake instead of 1. So right now it's like $44 for mushrooms, but it might go up to $50. I mean, that's like 2 weeks worth of mushrooms with all your meals, basically. It's kind of a large amount. So
who would eat that much mushrooms?
Lettuces, and this is for people that eat salads, I guess. We have butter lettuce, white endive, romaine hearts, baby arugula, and salad spring mix. So that's $40 worth of different types of lettuces. Then I did starches, which is basically potatoes. So it's a sweet potato and white potato assortment. So you get a few pounds of russet potatoes, and then 2 pounds each of 5 different types of sweet potatoes. So we have white sweet potatoes, Japanese sweet potatoes, purple sweet potatoes, red sweet potatoes, and white sweet potatoes. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's like 15 pounds of potatoes. It's like $40 for a variety. It's mostly different organic sweet potato varieties. So that's the starch package.
That's not a particularly good deal.
And then I did herbs and seasonings.
And you have to pay for shipping.
Which is shallots, scallions, garlic, rosemary, thyme, and parsley. So those are like the most common seasonings you would need if you're doing some cooking. So Like shallot and garlic is very classically used in French cooking. And then rosemary, thyme are the two most common herbs. And then parsley for garnishing. That's $22 for that herbs and seasoning package. So I guess we'll just try it because that's all we can do. You know, there's no easy way to start launching produce. I think we have enough customers that we can do a la carte in the future. It's just really difficult because of how much stuff there is. And there has to be like a minimum amount of it ordered per week for me to get it in. So like, if one person wants pomegranate, it's probably not going to happen because a case of pomegranates might be like 20 pounds. So I think we have enough customers in general that we can do a la carte. I'm not sure how quickly. If this first ordering thing goes well, I might just try to switch it over to a la carte immediately and then let people order what they want. The difficult part is I'm not sure if we can ship this with meat orders right now.
MB donated $2. Let me see.
Effects within your physique, but that's not the point. That's not what we're getting at here. You're aging yourself. You genuinely don't look healthy. All right, like, and I mean that so respectfully. You look old as shit, and you're 20 years old, man. Imagine what happens when you are 30. That is the thought.
Oh my god. So first of all, Colton is a lying dumbass scumbag. This guy is a steroid coach. He tells people how to take steroids for like bodybuilding shows or powerlifting or whatever. You'll never see him ever claiming his clients look older than they really are. Oh, they don't look good for their age. And whenever he posts his client photos, they look great. Nothing wrong with them. So this guy just lies about steroid use constantly. They're gonna make you look older, not necessarily. And if you're a dude, especially, even if they do, what's the fucking problem? Looking older for a guy does not make you look less attractive. Like, it's just so fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, NB.
I guess, well, look, worst case scenario, I could just refund people their money if this doesn't work out. Because we're going to have these packages.
React to this, but wait, there's more. React to this as well.
I think there will be a signing tomorrow. Of course, there are different views on this, but how important do you think this signing is on the Board of Peace? And do you think this is going to sustain? Do you think we now will see Gaza reconstructed and billions of US dollars invested?
I do. I mean, I think we have peace in the Middle East.
We do not, in fact, have peace in the Middle East. I think that much is pretty clear. I mean, just last week, there was news that we were going to attack Iran imminently. Luckily, that didn't happen because Netanyahu realized, oh, wait, we're not ready to withstand a counterattack from Iran. So there's that. And then there's the whole, ongoing genocide thing in Gaza that the Trump administration wants to pretend isn't still happening, but it is. And
That's nice, sugar tits. But wait, there's more. React to this as well.
Under Trump's alleged ceasefire deal in Gaza, well, the so-called peace board that would be part of maintaining peace and rebuilding Gaza, its executive committee is supposed to be in charge of implementing the second phase of this 20-point agreement, right? The so-called peace plan. And that includes deploying an international security force, disarming the Palestinian militant Hamas group, and rebuilding the war-devastated territory. It will also supervise a newly appointed committee of Palestinian technocrats who will be running Gaza's day-to-day affairs. Okay, additionally, it will be tasked with overseeing the next phase of the Gaza peace plan. And I just want to remind you all of who's involved, which countries have agreed to be part of this so-called peace plan, right? Because It includes Israel. It includes, other countries. I mean, there was an invite for Vladimir Putin to be involved, and we haven't heard an answer yet. But the fact that you have Benjamin Netanyahu part of this peace board, you have Israel part of this board, to me signals that this isn't really a serious.
What the fuck? She doesn't want Israel to commit to peace? Like, yeah. Just show us your tits. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Your cousin uploaded a new video.
Oh. Let me see.
What's going on?
Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, nigga. They are the wrong people to spread that message. There we go. He is admitting to being an anti-Smite.
Are you a Zionist?
Unequivocally.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Are you going to drop me for
Yeah,
that?
I don't talk to dogs.
In Islam, do you believe that Prophet Muhammad is the greatest example for humanity?
Yes.
And if you follow his example, if you follow the sunnah of the Prophet,
Yes.
do you get rewarded?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And do you agree that Aisha was 6 when Muhammad married her and 9 at consummation?
I don't.
You didn't accept that hadith?
No.
Oh, okay. Interesting. There's a lot of Muslims, they say they do.
Okay. Do you believe that Moses took 30,000 little girls into captivity and shared them out amongst his soldiers?
I haven't studied the Torah so much.
Why not? It's your book.
No one will ever say that Moses is the greatest example for humanity, so it doesn't really matter.
Jews would.
No, they wouldn't.
Jews wouldn't say Moses is a good.
No, they wouldn't.
No, because Moses sinned. What are you talking about? Have you ever learned that?
What was Moses' sin?
In a few sins, he was hitting the rock instead of speaking to it.
You say you're not studying the Torah. Now you're telling me the history of Moses and what he did.
I mean, I know parts of the Torah. I know the.
This is what he does. He just, like, distracts you. It's full of shit. Peaceful. Ow. Kitties. Oh. Those are good kitties.
Across the globe.
Okay. We can watch that too. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Just random vids donate $2. Oh. Oh, wow. Just silly old guy. How are they not friends if they're so friend-shaped? I buy this work of art. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's cool. Oh, two. Lol, Miss Rachel, oopsie.
By now have seen that Miss Rachel liked a comment on her platform that said "Free America from the Jews" about a day ago. She came out, of course, and apologized and said that she would never purposely like something like that.
I would never agree with an anti-Semitic thing like the comment.
Sure. By the way, if she interacted with it, why didn't she delete it? She clearly saw it to some... Like, she pressed on it.
We have Jewish family. A lot of my friends are Jewish.
And I believe you, Rachel Griffin Curso, not because I find you genuine, not because you don't platform people like Mamdani, who refuses to condemn a chant to target Jews, not because you don't platform people like Motaz, who literally said, "May God curse the Jews themselves," before you platformed him, by the way. When you say, I would never agree with an anti-Semitic thing, like what, Rachel? Like what I just mentioned? No, you've done that. No, but I believe you. Seriously. This isn't sarcasm. Because I believe you wouldn't openly, so obviously, agree with an anti-Semitic thing like that. That would hurt your agenda. In fact, you mentioned that your comment sections have such blatant anti-Semitism. And you do very, very little, other than maybe little comments here and there, virtue signaling, to address said anti-Semitism. No, you admitted to just deleting the comments when you see them. And I find that very, very telling. Did you guys catch that, or am I alone here? That said, we are all missing the point. As someone who's not Jewish or Israeli, I don't want to make this about you liking the comment or not. Obviously, there's going to be people that think that you did it on purpose. Again, I believe you. I don't think you did it on purpose. We are missing a very big point here. Why are your comments the way that they are, Rachel? So much so that you have to worry about deleting them, which, by the way, you don't delete most of them because you're a large creator. You as a large creator are going to see just really the top comments. You're not spending hours scrolling hundreds to thousands of comments, which means not only do your viewers share these beliefs, but they like them as well for it to be on the top comment. And before anyone says something like, well, she can't control her audience. No, that's true. But why?
Yeah, but she's a reflection of her audience.
In the world would any kids show star have to worry about having a second job almost of just deleting comments and trying to clean up her comment section? That's not normal. Maybe, just maybe, you can have a little bit of accountability. Just maybe.
Yeah, Miss Rachel's a piece of shit. Clear fucking anti-Semite. Hopefully Mossad takes her out. Oh, what a bitch. Bitch.
Beautiful wife.
She looks like she's being held hostage.
No. She's very happy. Tell him how happy you are, sweetie.
Are you okay?
See?
Yeah, I got that on video. Whoever that was, I got you on video.
Fucking delete it.
Thanks for the donation, just random vids. That's a good one.
Let's face it, the only reason people like the Young Turks defend Palestinians is simply because Arabs are people of color, and in their worldview, you can't say anything bad about racial minorities. Or else you're racist.
No, I think they just hate Jews. That's all there really is to it. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
To the person who asked, no, I'm not bigger and stronger than Richard. I weigh more. I'm 6 feet 3 inches 265. But I'm muscular and fat as fuck. Richard is shredded. I can squat more, but to my understanding it's because Richard has a genetic knee issue or something.
Well, I've got fucked up knees. I might have gotten over that, though. The last few weeks, my joints have been feeling pretty amazing, so, and my leg sessions have been going great. So that might change, but thanks for the donation, Killing Titan. Killing Titan, donating $2. I'm going to try to beat you at 455 bench, but I know I'll fail miserably. Well, we'll see. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
Oh my god, Mrs. Rachel really said that about the Jews, and people have the nerve to compare her to Mr. Rogers.
Yeah. It is so blatantly obvious she's an anti-Semite. Yeah, if only Mossad could take her out. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Grey Knight 92, skip to 121. This guy, ex-CIA, believes that Epstein was a spy for the Israelis.
Billions of dollars are spent spying.
That is so incredibly unlikely.
Who do you think is the real adversary of the West? What are you most concerned about in the world at the moment? And what about everything that's going on with
hour
Trump?
21.
think Jeffrey Epstein was a spy?
I believe very strongly he was a spy, yes.
And who do you think he was working for?
The Israelis. I'm confident it was the Israelis.
Why?
Jeffrey Epstein is kind of the stereotypical example that they give you in training for what's called an access agent. This is a different kind of recruit. So, for example, if you're a foreign intelligence service and you want information, like close-in information from a former president, from the CEO of the biggest company in the world, from a member of the British royal family, you're not going to recruit these guys. You're not going to recruit Bill Clinton or Bill Gates or Prince Andrew. So you do the next best thing. You recruit somebody who has regular access to them. And that person that you recruit is going to need to make these people feel had video cameras, hidden video cameras in literally every room, including the bathrooms. And you can also do it through real estate, through fine art, and through horses. Well, who's the only person that can order the Attorney General to do something? Show one time.
This is just fucking stupid.
Gilbert M.
So pure speculation, no evidence, and no real reason to think he's actually spying for the Israeli government. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Sid Donateller says, Dodo been working on his spelling and grammar, or is something else donating as him? I'm not sure. Maybe his dyslexia is just a little better. Thanks for the donation, though, Sid.
I disagree. The only reason these people care so much about dead Nazi babies is because they are Arabs. If they were white babies, they wouldn't give a fuck.
If they could blame the Jews, they'd care. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Hello, everybody. Vince Goodrum here. It is Wednesday evening. Reason for the video is we got to talk about the clavicular, Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines situation. Now, I've never spoke about all three of these in one video, but hey, things happen. So if you've been living, unless you've been living under a rock, you've heard about the incident. What incident am I talking about? Well, all of them decided to pack into a van or whatever vehicle it was and started playing Kanye West's Yee, Heil Hella on the microphone, or excuse me, on the speakers. They was just jamming, throwing up the signs. And I said it like that, and you know, simply because I don't want to get a community strike from YouTube. Heck, it took me hard time. It took me a very hard time for me to even create the thumbnail for this video. In any event, they played it in their little van, but then they went to a Miami club, and for some odd reason, the club decided to actually play the music. I don't know if they got some money slipped under the table or something like that. Next thing you know, you see probably one of the most controversial incidents ever, to where all of these, I don't know, social media idiots, stars, you know, or whatever, celebrities, whatever you want to call them, decided to all start chanting and throwing up signs saying Heil Hella, you know, and stuff. Like I said, I got to say it like that so I don't get a community strike. You know, song by Yee. But you guys get my point. So what does a great one think about this? Well, first off, I know they did it for clout. They did it to get attention. That Miami club, I mean, they're going to lose so much business, not business, business, that they may even go out of business. But here's my thing, all right? If Hitler was actually around and saw them dancing to it, he would turn over in his grave. Myron Gaines, come on, man. Come on, you about as dark as I am. He would have sent you to the concentration camp.
Yeah. Myron's a fucktard, and he's like racist against his own race and all brown people. He tries to be friends with Nazis. He's just fucked. Looking at some really interesting cat art. You guys gotta see this. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Do you see that? Oh wow. Oh my god. Wow. Did you guys see that?
Can you and Killian Titan go crash a Plastoin protest in Ottawa? I'm sure they will not intimidate you the way they normally intimidate counter-proters.
Intimidate. Fucktard. How does that jackass have his YouTube channel back? Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. I would like to intimidate them.
And they say cows are stupid.
Yeah, I was gonna cover that today. I know what you're talking
A cow in Austria doesn't need to wait around for a human to scratch an annoying itch.
about. Yeah.
13-year-old Swiss Brown Veronica has figured out how to fashion a broom into a back scratcher. Her owners say she's been doing this for 9 years and has become a pro. One scratch doesn't suit all. They say she'll use different parts of the broom depending on the location and severity of her itch. Scientists are fascinated by her skills.
There are around 1.5 billion of cows and bulls in the world, and we are only now starting to recognize that they are able to use tools.
Veronica's owners say she started out using tree branches, but has since figured out that a broom works much better. It begs the question, what other objects can she make use of?
Moo cows are pretty amazing. I love cows. Cows are so great. Oh, do I love cows. I'd like to hug a cow. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Alright. I think I accidentally said Hitler. Oops, said it again one more time. Oh well. It is what it is and what's gonna be and what's gonna be. Nick Fuentes, I mean you got Mexican in you. Your blood is unpure. It is not true Aryan blood. Clavicular, you have surgery.
And yet to think we kill these animals for hamburgers.
Yeah, it's a shame. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You've had surgery, smash fashing, looks maxing. You know, the Nazi Germany frowned upon surgeries. They preferred the natural look. And as far as Andrew Tate is concerned, you're mixed. You know, you're a half a neeg. You know what I mean? I mean, you half of a neeg. I'm a 100%, you 50%. I mean, all of you are a bunch of what's called Rhineland bastards. That's what they used to call people like you. You are unclean. It's sort of like one of those kung fu movies where people got leprosy. Be like, ew, unclean, unclean, unclean. None of you are a pure Aryan blood. Only pure Aryan blood gives you the permission to chant, Heil Hitler, alright? That's it. All of you are a bunch of Rhineland bastards. You are unclean. You are mutts. You are dogs. You would have been sent to the concentration camps, alright? You would have been eating radish soup, alright? and busting rocks. That's what you would have been doing. And yet you guys are chanting, Heil Hitler, right? Y'all need to cut this out. Folks, I'm going to just tell you this right now. You put it on t-shirt if you wish. All right? Put it on t-shirt. Do not let the drugs overcome your common sense. All right?
Well, they're all just stupid. Animal Liberation, $2. Can you please debunk this article? What was the stupid shit? Androgen abuse, risk adverse effects in men. Androgens from testosterone. So they're not talking about anything. This is just stupid. So they're just talking about anabolic androgenic steroids. There's about a couple dozen of them that people use in varying doses, in varying concentrations, for varying durations. Like when they say cardiovascular toxicity, negative health cardiovascular toxicity, infertility, hypogonadism, hepatotoxicity, mental health disorders. What steroids? In what dosages? In what concentrations? For what duration? So there's a big difference between taking 200 milligrams of testosterone a week versus doing 1,000 milligrams of fucking trenbolone for months or years. So, like, what are they talking about? Secondly, cardiovascular toxicity. There's only a few compounds that directly negatively impact the heart, and it's typically 19 NORs in high concentrations. Infertility, there's no evidence that steroids actually increase risk of infertility. Hypogonadism, all androgenic steroids are going to shut down your HPTA axis. So yeah, if you take any steroid for a long enough period of time, your natural test production's gonna go down. Typically goes back up after a few months when you stop taking them. And why would you stop taking them? Like, if you're gonna be on testosterone, why would you ever stop taking testosterone? So when they say hypogonadism, you're using exogenous androgens to not rely on your own androgen production. Like what the fuck are they talking about? Hepatotoxicity, that's going to be any like oral 5-alpha alkylated steroid. Okay, so just don't take those. Mental health disorders, again, that's typically just going to be 19 NORs. Trenbolone in particular has negative mental health effects, but especially if you're taking nandrolone on its own without test, that can trigger mental health disorders. But again, like it's just nonsense. What steroids, what doses? You can look at the research on testosterone. Testosterone is a highly effective antidepressant. It's actually more effective than antidepressant medications. It's GABAergic, dopaminergic, and people who take higher doses of testosterone report better mental health and just overall feeling of wellness. So when they say this, again, what steroids, what doses, what concentrations, what duration of time, this is just a fucking completely ignorant moron who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Here's some other fucking stupid horse shit. Erythrocytosis. Increased red blood cell count is not a bad thing. That is a normal adaptation to anything anabolic. It's also a normal adaptation to high altitude. So if erythrocytosis was such a big deal, then why isn't everybody in Stittsville, Colorado dead, since they're living at 5,000 feet elevation? And they all have erythrocytosis. Total cholesterol HDL ratio. Total cholesterol HDL ratio is just fucking nonsense. That's not a metric that's used anymore. When was this? 2024. So somebody who is not a cardiologist or knows shit about cardiology wrote this. Cardiac hypertrophy. The biggest risk factor for cardiac hypertrophy is going to be high blood pressure, which they mention here. So just because you take steroids, that doesn't mean you have high blood pressure. You can have high blood pressure for a number of fucking reasons. The only other modifiable risk factor for cardiac hypertrophy is going to be smoking. Other than that, it's all genetic. You can talk to massive IFBB pro bodybuilders who have been taking extremely high doses of anabolic steroids for over a decade. A lot of them don't have any cardiac hypertrophy. Dave Palumbo didn't. Ian Valair commented on one of my Instagram posts. He didn't. Dorian Yates, 5 or 6 time Mr. Olympia. He was like 280 fucking pounds on stage. Walked around at 300 pounds body weight. No cardiac hypertrophy. Erectile dysfunction and fertility. Again, what steroids, what doses, what concentrations, what period of time. And there's no evidence whatsoever that steroids induce permanent infertility. That's just nonsense. Bloodborne viruses. They can affect your immune system. I don't know why they say bloodborne viruses in particular. But in high doses, they can reduce your immune function. But lots of things can reduce your immune function. High intensity exercise reduces immune function. That's why athletes really have to be careful when traveling, because they're more prone to getting some kind of infection. Hepatotoxicity, again, that's primarily just going to be 5-alpha alkylated steroids, so oral compounds. Just don't take them. Tendon rupture, muscle abscess. Getting strong increases your risk of tendon rupture because you're just lifting more weight. So are they going to recommend not being strong? Don't get strong in the gym? Why would you ever try to bench 400 pounds? Like, it's just stupid. And again, there's certain steroids that put you at higher risk because of how they cause tendon remodeling. Winstrol is one of the worst. Winstrol changes the way your body synthesizes collagen, and it prioritizes the production of a certain type of collagen, and it also affects cortisol. And what ends up happening is it does weaken your tendons and makes them more brittle. So don't take compounds like Winstrol. Stick to compounds like testosterone. Make sure your estrogen levels are adequate, and you can also take advantage of compounds like boldenone, nandrolone, and or human growth hormone, which promote collagen synthesis and make your tendons stronger. So again, this is a fucking ignorant moron who has never taken steroids. Can guarantee you every single one of these fucking people, by the way, these all sound like female names. Bonnie Grant, Elizabeth Hines, Rihanna, Sucks. Yeah, listen to somebody whose name is Sucks. Channa and Jason. These are all fucking women. Why would you listen to a fucking bitch? Yeah, so sure. Uh-huh. It's just propaganda to keep you, like, small and weak. Fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation.
Imagine being this retarded.
Let me see.
Eating raw meat and raw eggs. So I still eat raw eggs. I just have to say, recently I haven't had as many raw eggs for no particular reason at all.
It's disgusting, and you got sick.
I just haven't had I just haven't gotten eggs at the grocery store for some reason. But raw meat, I want to start incorporating more. It's stepping stones. I'm slowly getting there because I definitely do think it's optimal, at least what I've looked at. And
yeah, this guy's a pencil neck fucking beta male. Yeah. Imagine being that retarded indeed.
Favorite conspiracy theory? Oh my gosh, I have so many. And I don't even like to consider them conspiracy theories because a lot of them are true, if I'm being honest. What's my favorite, though? That's crazy. I don't know. I'm trying to think. There's so many. I mean, 9/11, completely done by Israel, along with a lot of different things.
Why don't these people get fucking banned? Thanks for the donation, JP. Yeah, hopefully a homeless guy takes some bath salts and just bites his nuts. Negative $20. Did you hear Vitally finally got out of that Filipino jail? Yeah, isn't he being deported to Russia, though? That is rough. Yeah, I heard supposedly he's getting deported to Russia. I don't know if he's going to be allowed back in the United States. So he may get thrown into the front lines in Ukraine. Wouldn't surprise me. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga. That'd be funny.
Billions of dollars of black market.
And if people order these packages, there's no reason that we can't put them with the meat order. Like if you order fruits with the meat order, we'll try to keep it separate from the ice and ship it together, and that should be fine. The issue would occur where if we do a la carte and we don't have the, like let's say you order like something we don't have, like a dragon fruit, and
they refer to testosterone in particular parts of the article. This is just fucking, this is going to be gay horse shit. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, regulation of testosterone in men. Image and performance enhancing drugs. Okay. These people do not know what the fuck they're talking about. They didn't even mention every class of drug. And these aren't all the commonly used steroids. So there's testosterone derivatives. They mentioned testosterone esters. So they don't understand every class of steroid. There's testosterone derivatives. There is 17 alpha alkylated, which are orals. That's technically not a unique...
Except in India, where it's illegal to kill cows as they are seen as a sacred animal there.
They kill cows in India. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. So these are just orals. They're not technically a specific class of drug or class of steroid. Then there's 5 alpha reduced steroids. Anavar is 5 alpha reduced. So it's basically a DHT derivative. They don't mention that class. And they don't mention the testosterone derivative class. And so they only mention testosterone in 19 NORs, really. They didn't even really put these in the right class of drugs. So boldenone is an extraordinarily common steroid, especially now, because Masteron and Primo aren't on the market right now. They don't mention that. They didn't mention Masteron or Drostanolone or Primobolan, which I think the generic name is Methanolone. They don't even know what fucking... They don't know what they're talking about, clearly. Adverse effects. Oh my god. The abuse of androgens is associated with threefold increase in mortality. Where is this? 47. So this is a retrospective study, which means it's very low on the hierarchy of evidence because of the risk of bias. Subjects were matched with 5,450 male controls. 644 men who were sanctioned because they refused to submit to a doping test. Mortality was 3 times higher amongst users of AAS amongst non-user controls. Hazard ratio 3.0. Median annual number of hospital contacts was 0.81 in the cohorts. AAS users 0.36. Oh wait, 0.36 in the control group. Okay. Acne, gynecomastia, erectile dysfunction affect more than 10% of androgenic anabolic steroid users. Prevalence of these disorders is significantly higher. Results could be replicated in a similar cohort. So the fundamental problem is this is retrospective. I don't know how they went about collecting subject data in the steroid user cohort. Again, what steroids, what duration, how long, what other drugs were they taking? That doesn't, it just doesn't say much. Cessation of androgen abuse should be encouraged in all men. They're not actually defining what constitutes abuse. In reality, however, this can be difficult. Single suppressed serum LH levels being shown to correctly identify androgen abuse in 89%. What do they mean by abuse? If you're on testosterone replacement therapy for hypogonadism, you're going to have suppressed luteinizing hormone. So they're not even defining what constitutes abuse. They mention hypogonadism and sexual dysfunction. Okay, don't stop taking testosterone. Neuropsychiatric, body dysmorphia, they would have already had that problem. Mood disorders, aggression. There's literally no evidence that it causes aggression. It's just self-reported anecdote. And again, what steroids, what doses. Hypertension, they can cause hypertension, but again, you don't have to take a dose that causes hypertension, and you can just take blood pressure lowering meds. Reversible impaired ventricular function. So this is just hypertrophic cardiomyopathy or left ventricular hypertrophy. Again, that's not a thing that's necessarily caused by steroids. Dyslipidemia, lower high density lipoprotein, that doesn't matter. Increased low density. Typically, when men do testosterone replacement therapy, their LDL actually goes down. Steroids can increase your LDL. But again, you can just stick to a clean diet, low in saturated fat, make sure you do daily cardio, and you can take cholesterol-lowering medication. Erythrocytosis, increased hemoglobin, hematocrit, that's not a problem, that's a good thing. Hepatotoxicity, and they mention it's only associated with oral steroids. So they mentioned gynecomastia. The number one thing that I've seen cause gynecomastia is nandrolone. So especially if you're taking nandrolone with testosterone, pretty much everybody gets gynecomastia from that. So just don't take nandrolone. It's very easy to prevent gynecomastia if you're just on testosterone. Neuropsychiatric issues. They mentioned a double-blind, placebo-controlled trial. They used methyl testosterone. So, this is an oral form of testosterone that absolutely destroys your liver. Do you think that might have had something to do with their irritability? Like again, there's a large-scale meta-analysis. There's a meta-analysis of large population or prospective cohorts and randomized trials on this. Men who are on testosterone feel better. They have better mental health, and as the dose increases, they report better mental health. And then they blanketly say 23% of men abusing androgens had a major mood disorder. What steroids were they on? And they may have had a mood disorder to begin with, which is what encouraged them to take fucking steroids. Hypertension, we already went over this. The dyslipidemia and bullshit, we already went over this. Erythrocytosis is like the biggest meme thing to mention. Testosterone stimulates erythropoiesis, supraphysiological levels, blah, 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 result in significantly raised hemoglobin levels. Even in men receiving testosterone, replacement therapy for hypergonadism, erythrocytosis can occur. Dose dependent. The abuse of androgens has been linked to coagulant state and thrombosis. That's not true. Elevated hematocrit does not increase your likelihood of developing a blood clot. So even with a hematocrit of 70, which is way off the charts high, it doesn't necessarily increase your blood clotting risk. Blood clotting's multifactorial. Again, if erythrocytosis caused blood clots, thrombosis, strokes, everybody in Stittsville, Colorado would be dead. Everyone living in the Himalayas would be dead. They're regularly walking around with hematocrits of over 60, some of them in the 70s. Why aren't they dead? So this bullshit, this stupid bullshit that they're mentioning, this is based off of cancer studies where cancer patients who have erythrocytosis, they're at increased risk of blood clots. But that's probably not from the erythrocytosis. That's just from some other factor that cancer's affecting that's affecting blood clotting risk. But like this is being debunked. They've looked at men on testosterone replacement therapy. They have elevated hematocrit. They're not at increased risk of blood clots. Hepatotoxicity, so just don't take orals. Acne, again, like this is just silly. It's kind of like saying if you drink alcohol once, you're going to kill your family. Like there's some angry drunks. There's some like people who drink moderately and they're calm when they drink. Like what are we talking about here? What steroids, what doses? Like they're acting like if you just take a little bit of steroids, you're just going to break out in acne. Bloodborne viruses and infections. So I mentioned this already. They can affect immune function, but this is weird. It's recognized that people who inject drugs are at risk of bloodborne viruses such as HIV, hepatitis C. Well, that's for intravenous drugs. HIV prevalence of 1.5% in men. Injecting IPEDs? What is an IPED? This is really weird. So, the only thing I can figure for why you see a higher prevalence of HIV in men injecting steroids, I'm assuming that's what it stands for, is because there's a higher prevalence of gay men taking steroids. And it just ends up working out statistically. You see the small increase. Assuming this is even accurate. So, in addition to BBVs, I don't know what the fuck some of this shit is. The use of injectable androgens increases the risk of damage at the site of the injection and bacterial fungal infections. This is... So, use safe injection techniques? It's just strange. Like, okay, don't get vaccinated because you could get an infection from the needle. It's possible. It's like it's just weird. So they don't really go over any good evidence, and they completely misrepresent the research. It's kind of weird they mentioned erythrocytosis because there was just recently a massive review on the use of testosterone and risk of blood clotting from erythrocytosis, and they don't mention that. So look, these are just a bunch of bitch beta male women who are like feminists who are trying to demonize masculinity. Like, notice how all the authors there were female? It's just nonsense.
Wait, they do, but I thought the Indians considered cows sacred animals, and Hindu traditions prohibited the eating of beef.
Yeah, they still kill cows in India. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What are your thoughts on this advice for dealing with women?
Should be giving their girlfriend at least $30,000 per month. Now hear me out before the brokies in the comments start to cry. This is necessary to be able to give your woman the most extravagant life that she deserves.
It's funny how these dudes who are grifting on social media are trying to act like they're these baller alpha dudes, but then they literally tell everybody to have women take advantage of you. Thanks for the donation, JP. Mike donated $2. Was Charlie right here?
Must be done with Iran is we must remember that we, the American government, are the reason why Iran is radical. We did this.
That is technically true. The U.S. did, they were in part responsible with a few other nations like France and Israel for causing the regime change.
They had a democratically elected leader that we did not like. I remember, I believe his name was Mossadegh, and we didn't like him because he wanted to nationalize the oil. Specifically, the Brits didn't like it.
50s. This is... Seriously, why do women hate masculinity? So much VG.
There isn't a single woman that hates masculinity. They've just been trained to say that. So, there's these dumb women who've been radicalized by communist brain rot propaganda into thinking masculinity is bad. There are some very funny stats. Women who identify as feminists have a much higher likelihood of having rape fantasies. So something like 3 times higher. So all these feminists who say masculinity is bad and there's rape culture, they have fantasies about getting raped by like a dominant man. So there isn't anybody who dislikes masculinity. They're just being trained with their brain rot propaganda to say that, but they all have a ravenous, feverish love for cock, and they want to get dicked. So clearly they don't hate masculinity. They've just convinced themselves that they do when they don't. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Yeah, what year was this PBD? Yeah, I got you. This is before the show. Yes, he was very popular. Yeah, gotcha. And look right there. Even in Wikipedia, 1953 Iranian coup d'etat aided by intelligence agencies of the UK and United States. Weird. Got it.
I believe it was UK. U.S., France, and Israel.
Okay, so then we put the Shah back in, who was sick and unpopular, meaning he was actually suffering. Physically sick. And we paved the way for the most radical elements of Islam for many decades. What?
Yeah, so he's right about that. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
And we have to wait for that to come in to add it to the rest of your order. That might be an issue, but there's no.
Question for you is, I know you found a benefit from psilocybin mushrooms in the past, and with the accessibility of substances being much more available to all, any thoughts on trying MDMA? I wouldn't bother trying MDMA for a few reasons. One, there's a ridiculous amount of MDMA analogs on the market that are much cheaper and easier to produce. So there's a pretty high risk of getting fake MDMA, and some of these analogs are extraordinarily dangerous, where they have a very low dose threshold for overdose, and they can cause like permanent irreversible brain damage where you literally wake up from a coma like fucking retarded and you can't walk. So I'd be a little worried about that, and even assuming I could get like verifiably real MDMA, I've heard too many stories of people getting prolonged depression from MDMA, where like for a year or two they have to recover from this depressive crash. I don't think it's terribly common, but I've heard enough of those stories where it's like, I don't think I really want to bother. So just the risk isn't really worth the reward. And it doesn't seem to be as beneficial as something like psilocybin, which seems to be more safe, at least from a sourcing perspective.
There's no way to get started on this without just pulling the trigger and trying something. So I've done my best to kind of choose the most popular.
Kid Boo donate $2. Let me see.
Sex with their students? Is this not crazy? What is going on?
Well, I don't think the male students have been hurt by it. In fact, they're going around bragging about it, as I understand it. So, it's I don't see a lot of damage done.
Fair enough.
But it's a very unusual situation. I would say her husband cannot be happy.
Oh, you are bad. You heard about
Oh my god. Saying that on TV
is absolutely insane. That Donald Trump is seriously threatening our allies, our NATO allies, with military action to conquer like Greenland. That's unhinged and unbelievable.
The real blackpilling part was seeing how quickly conservatives fell in line. Like, yes, Matt Walsh was like maybe trolling when he was like, we could bloodlessly take Canada within a week. But then Ben Shapiro unironically went on a show and he was like, we should take the moon too. We were the first to the moon. Why wouldn't we take it? Then he starts like giggling a bit and he's like, we should take Greenland. It's not a joke. They're being dead ass.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Like Trump can do literally anything. Yeah. Like he could bomb a small town in Iowa and it'd be like, oh, maybe Superman should have saved them. Isn't that where he's from? Like it would just be a joke. Everything is.
Well, he ain't gonna invade Greenland, so he can stop crying about it. And he still owes me a Bitcoin. Is she literally winking her butthole on camera? Oh, she's farting. Okay, well. I mean, is she vegan? Actually, she's kind of gross. Not into her face. It's definitely a butter face. Thanks for that donation, though, Kid Boo.
Popular stuff that I think people would want in their diet, like if they were going shopping. And if there's anything you guys want in particular that's popular, you can send me an email. You can leave me a comment down below. Let me know what types of produce you'd like. And one nice thing about this is, you don't have to worry about all the people in the grocery store touching your produce. It's gonna come in to us, cased up, and go right into your order with gloves on. So it's, it's not being put out on the grocery store floor. There's not gonna be 5 different customers looking at and smelling and touching your stuff. It's going, basically, they process it, take it from the farm, process it at the farm or at the vegetable fruit processing facility. It goes to the distributor, goes to us, and what we're doing is we're bypassing that step of perishability. You know, these products normally in the supermarket, they're kept out at an ideal temperature and they're touched and looked at by either the grocery store staff or the customer.
Destiny just shut up.
Yeah. He does kind of need to shut up. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Look at this chicken. Chickens are so nice, they'll take care of like any animal they can sit on. They have very strong maternal instincts. I love chickens, they're so sweet. I wish I could hug a chicken.
Customers. So because of that, hopefully we're going to be able to offer a higher quality and fresher product than you having to, and this is the real reason I don't really go to the grocery store myself now or buy a lot of vegetables, is because they're just inconsistent. And there is a lack of organic access for most people. Because even when you do have access to organic produce, a lot of the time it's like some half-spoiled onions, which is not fun. So hopefully this takes off. This does really well. I'll give you guys an overview, and you can go on, these will be on the website, and it's going to be, what you're getting is going to be listed on the website. So you could go look at that, but I'll sum it up briefly now. We have an organic fruit package, which is around $80, and that's fruit with every single meal. So it's quite a bit of fruit. It might last most people 2 weeks. Guys, I'm doing this as affordably as possible, and I know for sure this is the cheapest price online for produce delivered to your door. It's just, it's not like I have the ability to open up a produce store in every single town in the United States and get it even more affordably. I'm doing my best with what we have now. The vegetable package is going to be $50, and that's for people that eat vegetables. I'm not sure how popular that's going to be. Your mirepoix, cauliflower, peppers, broccoli, Brussels, cucumbers, tomatoes. At least those are the ones I thought were most popular. The mushroom selection, we'll probably do the 2 packages of shiitake mushrooms, and then royal trumpet, maitake, lion's mane, king oyster. That's $44 for mushrooms. Lettuce, if you have salads, it's going to be about $40 for an assortment of different types of organic lettuces and spring mixes. If you eat sweet potatoes, if you eat starches, we're going to do the starch package. I might alter that to be less variety. It depends on how much we sell. Literally $5.70. I got to figure out what to order from them. Like I wanted to put pineapples in the fruit package, but just one organic pineapple is like, you got to charge like $8, $9, $10 for it in the winter. And I figured most people might not want to pay $10 for an organic pineapple, so I didn't put it in the package. Same thing with like some of the less common fruits. There's such a large variety of vegetables and stuff. So, I mean, maybe
Clomiphene, like I got my bloods done, and I think some people just have a resistance to the bad effects of PEDs, like the suppression. Because these are my lab results. I'm fucking not trying to put in any sensitive information, but also I did do that blood test after a night out. So the test could be higher, but we got to do a few more tests, SHBG, get an iron panel, all that good stuff. Bear in mind though, I never did like heavy cycles or anything crazy, so that also could be why. But I was always very moderate, you know what I'm saying? And I didn't do like tren or anything, so that also could be why. These are my blood work results after doing steroids and then going to jail and then coming off with no PCT. So you might be thinking that Connor, you have
I missed the part where he showed it on screen. I couldn't read it.
zero testosterone. That's what I would have thought. But when I came out of jail, like I felt fine. And bear in mind, like at this point, I've been off of gear for 3 months. No PCT, no enclomiphene. Like I got my bloods done, and I think some people just have a resistance to the bad effects of PEDs, like the suppression, because these.
So what does that say? Oh, testosterone free 620. So or sorry, I don't know if that says testosterone and then free. It says 620. I'm assuming that's his total. Which would be normal. That was higher than I tested when I was natural. So, yeah, it goes to show you people like overhype, you know, the bullshit. So he's like smack dab in the middle of the normal range after being out for 3 months. So if he was taking test E or test C, it'd be out of his system by then.
Maybe eventually what we'll do is we'll see how this goes. If it goes really well and people are like sending me in emails for custom orders, what I'll do is I'll expand off of this. So, you know, I took like the 10 most popular fruits and I made a package out of them. If we can move to a la carte as soon as possible, then maybe I'll try to do 20 fruits. I'll try to do as much of a selection as possible. Like, it's not too crazy. It's not too out of the realm of possibility to offer most of the fruits and veg. So I don't think those are that expensive. But the point is, there's a lot of variety, cuts of beef, pork, and chicken, and you can just get it delivered to your door. And we have the best prices online, the most affordable. What the ratios of stuff is, I think a lot of people might order the fruit. I mean, I'd probably start eating them myself if we started doing this because I don't have access to them myself either. Yeah, I mean, best case scenario, this goes well. And then instead of having these fruit packages and vegetables and different packages.
How did you come up with your cat's name? Also, is his real name Gummy and Gum Gum is the nickname, or vice versa?
His real name is Gummy and Gum Gum's the nickname. When I got him, he was really fucking huge already. He was only 8 months, but he was already a gigantic cat. So I was thinking of either Cringer, which is He-Man's, like, battle cat, or Gummy. And the reason I thought of Gummy is because I really like gummies, you know, like gummy candy. So I went with Gummy because it's kind of a funny, cute name that I don't think I've seen anybody name a cat. So, Gummy it was. I love my Gummy. He's my Gum Gum. Thanks for the donation, Honeydew.
And stuff, maybe we can instantly just offer everything by the unit. So, you know, instead of you having to buy the $80 fruit package, which is going to be like 2 weeks worth of fruit, hopefully we can make it so you guys can choose, hey, I want 5 pounds of apples, 3 bananas, 4 containers of blueberries. You know, maybe someone doesn't want blackberries, blueberries, raspberries, and strawberries. Maybe they don't think people stuff they might not want. Company, and we get an account, and then we can instantly switch everything over to a la carte. So every night with dinner, so I want like 20 pounds of white sweet potatoes. Perfectly. So then you should just be able to order whatever you want.
This was by far one of his most annoying or boring videos of all time. That was actually
throughout history.
Shockingly boring.
Much worse for the TikTok DoorDash girl because this is becoming a nightmare for her.
And if you don't know about this situation, it is insane. So here's a quick rundown.
So on October 12, 2025, a DoorDash driver by the name of Olivia Henderson got an order in Oswego, New York. This was apparently a late night Wendy's order, and from what we know, all she had to do was leave the food at the door, take a picture of the food, and continue on with her night. Instead, she allegedly made a series of awful decisions. The police and prosecution, they're alleging that she pushed the door open and decided to film a drunk dude who was passed out on his couch with his pants down. So in my first video on this story, I reported that she walked into the house because that's what currently was going viral on TikTok. That, from what I know, is wrong. So I have to issue a massive retraction and correction to that statement. All the, at least credible sources are claiming that she never walked into that house. She was only standing in the doorway. But still, either way, filming and posting what she saw after she allegedly either opened the door or pushed open the door is still incredibly stupid. So if what the prosecution is alleging is true, she seemingly went onto TikTok and tried to destroy an innocent man's life for passing out within his own house with his pants down. Now, obviously, we're not going to show the original video. I can't even find the original video. All I can find is a screenshot. But even if I could find the original video, I wouldn't be showing that here on this channel for obvious reasons. You know, because there is a massive privacy issue there. But this is her follow-up video to the original video.
So on October 12th, 2025, the DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. When I arrived at their front door was wide open. Their lights were on. They were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me.
Okay, so she says the door was wide open, and the police and prosecutors say otherwise. And the reason they're saying this is because there's allegedly Ring doorbell footage of her.
And feminists say woman can do no wrong.
That's women for you. They don't want any accountability. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Her either opening or pushing the door open. Now, the only problem is, to my knowledge, that footage has not been released to the public. I was actually hoping to see that footage today in court, but court had different plans for us today.
Because I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing nothing. I was assaulted. I'm the victim. I lost my job. I'm the victim. I was working. I was literally working, and they deactivated me. This is related. They just punished me for posting about my assault while door dashing. They just fired me, and the police.
Imagine being a woman and, like, hating dicks that much. It must be infuriating.
are doing nothing.
Okay, so that's her side, and the prosecution is basically saying something around the lines of this happening.
Sir, I have your DoorDash. Ew! I'm a victim!
Now, obviously, that video exaggerates things for humor, and again, correction, she didn't go into the house from what we know. But this was her final response before the trial.
Hi guys, it's the DoorDash girl. There have been a lot of people saying things like I entered the customer's home or I opened the customer's door, but I can assure you that I did not do either of those things, and I have obtained irrefutable proof that the door was already wide open when I arrived to the customer's house. But due to its importance, I cannot post that proof at this time.
Okay, so we have two sides saying two different things. The only thing everyone can agree on is that the homeowner was laying passed out inside of his own home with his pants down. Then she had her arraignment, which was actually televised, and she asked to ban cameras, but the judge reportedly responded, so now you don't want cameras involved. So I wouldn't say that was a strong start for her, but that was her arraignment. This is how her first hearing went. And as we found out, it didn't go as expected, and
this judge seems to have it in for her.
Doesn't seem like she's just gonna get a slap on the wrist.
Back at the airport again, because today we're heading to the TikTok DoorDash girls trial, which is tomorrow. So we're going to Syracuse, New York now. But I definitely wanted to attend this trial because there's been so many details about this case that have been extremely unclear. So might as well go show up and get them clarified. She has one count of this is because
they secretly love dicks, VG. They just act like they don't.
Yeah, it's probably true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's time to wake all up and we'll be good. There's a few things that are probably going to happen today. Or actually, I say that, but in reality, I don't know what's going to happen because...
What you didn't mention about that Mrs. Rachel post is that her post was literally saying free Iran. Why would she say free Iran if she were anti-Semitic? Would love to hear your cope on this one.
Cool story, dude. Thanks for the name.
There's always surprises when you go to trial. She currently has a public defender, and she's charged with 2 counts. She has one count of Okay, so she has one count of dissemination of unlawful surveillance image. She also has 1 count of unlawful surveillance. Both of these she's pled not guilty to. As stated, she's currently being represented by a public defender. From talking to the practicing lawyers I know, it seems like it's very likely that a plea deal will happen today. Who knows though? That's why we're gonna go see. The big thing is for her is she filmed the guy. That's why she's charged. You have a whole bunch of arguments about like, okay, did she open the door? Was the door already...
Is there more, Frank?
No, we watched all the Frank. Thanks for the donation, James.
Making any predictions on what's going to happen is, my guess, plea deal. I think they're going to be very lenient on her. She didn't even have to be interesting. Other updates to anything to happen at all. Hopefully we could find some shelter from the wind though. I feel like my arch nemesis at this point is the wind. Yeah, this is perfect down here. You just got out of the court case for the
TikTok DoorDash girl. Something big did happen, but it took a while for anything to happen at all. So I got here at the court at about 9:21. She was on trial at 9:30. This time it was a little bit different because last time we know that we had footage of inside of the courtroom because the news was there. So the news, they were set up, they were filming her. I walk in, there's no TV camera set up. I don't even see any journalists. And basically I was there until the end. I can confirm there was no journalists there. So it's only me that was there, which is kind of interesting. Other updates to this case, she still has a public defender. She has 2 charges. At 9:30, judge walks in, everyone stands up, sits down, you know, the whole thing. And I don't see the DoorDash girl. I think it was just because I didn't see her because she was sitting in there. And at that time, I was sitting in like kind of like in the back right of the courtroom. And this courtroom is set up in a not the best fashion because there's a column blocking the judge and the audio isn't really good. And it didn't seem like they had the microphone speakers on the back. So I couldn't hear what was going on. So I had to move around. Eventually, after they went through a couple of the defendants, I got up and I moved. And that's when I could actually see the judge so I can at least read what his lips were saying because the audio was still bad. And I think I sat down kind of behind the DoorDash girl at that point, and that's when I spotted her. Going through my notes real quick. One sec. Oh, no. All right. My hands are frozen. Why did I not bring gloves? As a Norwegian, I should have known better. So 10 o'clock rolls around and I see who I think is the DoorDash girl's public defender. 10:25 rolls around. Nothing yet. Okay. So at this point, I've been here for a minute. 10:50 rolls around. Woman who looks like the DoorDash girl, who I think was, she gets up after talking to her public defender and leaves. And I'm like, uh-oh. What's going on now? Is this like another Jack Doherty situation where there's some like continuation? Do I have to show up tomorrow? I don't know. I wait around even further. Then we have probably like another 40 minutes of waiting. They go through the last people. The judge then is waiting for one of the defendants to show up. So we get through them and suddenly it's just me in court, in the courtroom. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm not going up on the stand. So that must mean it's over. I go out to the clerk, I talk to them, and I'm thinking, okay, there's a continuation that happened. Instead, I found out this was divested to county court. So originally, where we're at, this building right here, this is the city court. So city court, I mean, this is kind of like small fines, but hers was divested to county court. So as I said, originally she was in city court, but now county court, that's the main state court. So that means most likely she's facing way more serious charges. Or well, not way more serious charges. The charges are still the same, but most likely they could penalize her a lot harder. So according to the lawyer that I've been talking to, that's the prosecutor that moved it there, most likely because of all the public attention on the case and the public outcry. So that means that most likely she won't get a slap on the wrist. So currently she is facing 8 years in prison. That's her max sentence because it's a 4-year max sentence for each.
Dude, yes, 8 years.
Of the felonies, and her minimum sentence seems to be a couple years of probation, and that is if she's convicted 100% though. It seems like she was moved to Superior Court, so that's actually even worse for her. Updates for now, and I have to go find out when the next court date. Now, let's grab a coffee and then the iced coffee. Through the hallway talking, so it was hard to hear the judge. Then for some reason, the speakers that were like kind of behind you, normally they're connected to the judge's microphone, so you can actually hear what the judge is saying, but they were not connected, so I couldn't hear the judge. Then there was also a pillar in front of me, so I couldn't see the judge either. So I just picked the worst seat in the house, and I'm her. So then I'm sitting here like clerk, and I talked to her and confirmed, no, this was the correct venue, this was the correct judge. TikTok, I guess? Now, should he have been passed out with his pants on his ankles? Probably not, but also, he was in his own house. But either way, Olivia claims that she has proof that the door was open from the start. And the prosecutors, they have the opposite. So, they also have proof that she opened the door. So, as of right now, it's a he said, she said. We don't know the answers because I didn't see any proof from either side today. Regardless, though, this is now a nightmare for Olivia because this has now been moved to a higher court. But whatever the outcome of this trial is, I will be updating you guys. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below.
I really hope she gets an 8-year sentence. She's a piece of shit.
For the past several weeks, many Americans have been watching Donald Trump and asking the exact same question. What is happening to the president. His public appearances have raised real concerns about his health and his cognitive state. Joining me today is Adam, a licensed physical therapist with 14 years of experience in home healthcare and a doctorate of physical therapy. Now, you might know him. He's gone viral for being one of the few medical professionals willing to speak openly about what we're all seeing, Trump's physical and neurological decline. So, what do these recent clips actually tell us about Trump's condition? And how serious is it? Let's take a look. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate your time, and I know you're very busy, so thank you. And what a moment for us to be meeting over is, I think this is what you do. You assert that the president has dementia and that there is clear signs of it, and it's probably, aside from the Epstein files, one of the biggest cover-ups in American history. Would you say that's correct?
That is correct. I have been, what I see from him leads me to believe he has frontotemporal dementia specifically, in the context of that dementia is actually a malignant narcissism, which makes it even more fun.
Got it. And what got you kind of onto this path? Because is it just that no one else is talking about it, or why did you feel like it was important that you had your voice out here?
So I was not thinking about Trump's health until I saw his feet and ankles and the degree of swelling that he had. And as soon as I saw that, obviously the focus of what we talk about is his cognitive decline. But when I saw that, it looked exactly like the patients I have that have congestive heart failure and or chronic kidney disease. So really, the first video I made talking about it, that's what actually got my account off the ground. So that's where it started. And then I discovered, for just one example would be Dr. John Gardner, a former associate professor at Johns Hopkins University, who has been warning the world that Trump is a malignant narcissist, but also has dementia. And he's a danger to American society as an elected official. So once I saw how much swelling he had, I knew the White House was lying. They're lying that it's chronic venous insufficiency. That swelling does not have that degree or character from.
Did you tell them you need a job? I donated $2.
Some stuff back in my day. So this bottle cap is from 1942, okay? And I know that because it has 16 grooves around the outside instead of 17. Yeah, I've been collecting bottle caps since I was a boy, because I always wanted to be a train conductor growing up, but then they said I didn't have the attention span. So my first job was...
This is not funny. It's stupid and annoying. Thanks for the donation, dude.
CDI. It's something way more systemic. So that's how it started.
Well, let's look at some of these videos. We have videos and images to look at. First, let's just check this out. When we see this, now obviously, like this photo has gone, like we've all seen this photo, but what we have talked about on the channel previously was that this is a sign of a stroke. But you assert that this may actually, in fact, be a sign of dementia. What are you seeing here that I'm not?
Well, I do actually think it is a symptom of a stroke. The right side of facial droop is.
When your wife was doing OnlyFans, I used to masturbate.
The result, most likely, of a stroke event on the left side of the brain, which would cause right-sided facial droop. He's also demonstrated weakness in his right arm and leg, and the facial droop or facial weakness is not in his forehead, and that would differentiate it from something like Bell's palsy. So I think at some point, most likely around Labor Day, he had some sort of stroke or stroke-like event, whether it was a full-blown CBA or a TIA, and that's why he disappeared. And he was getting.
That's when he disappeared, right?
Yep.
He disappeared during that time. And did he show up looking like this on the way back, or was this beforehand? I can't remember the timeline. Do you know?
So this was September the 11th. I can't remember where Labor Day falls in September off the top of my head, but he was sitting at this is the 9/11 memorial where he's seated for a long time for the ceremony.
What do I think of really heavy farmer's carry as a strength building exercise? Well, I mean, it's not really particularly good at any one thing. Like, you're gonna build more grip strength, and maybe you'll get some work for your traps. Guess your calves a little too. But you're just picking something up heavy, holding it for a while, moving around. Like, if you pick up heavy stuff, you're gonna get stronger. Just in general, so. Just K donated $2. Hey VG, how are you doing? Saw you debated Destiny on Venezuela and Greenland law. Yeah, he owes me a Bitcoin. Yeah, I'm doing good. I've had sleep issues. So I got some weed edibles, and I'm pretty zooted right now. Pretty zooted indeed. Quite zooted. Thanks for the donation, though, Just Cade. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Why the Prophet married a minor, yet it is wrong.
Why the Prophet married a minor?
Yes.
Why not? Before the Prophet ﷺ proposed to Aisha, she was already engaged. Ya Sheikh, she was 6 years old and she was engaged. Wallahi, if I had a 6-month-old daughter, I would give it to him. You're crazy. And by the way, I have 13 daughters with the grace of Allah, no boys. So I know what a father feels about his daughters.
My non-Muslim.
Yeah, this is why you don't want Islam here.
You survive. Would you like to live off $7.25
I used
an
to
hour?
work for $4.25 at Haagen-Dazs.
Right.
Then I
And that
went
was a
and
very
worked
different
at
time.
Burger King for $4.75.
And how much?
This guy's a scammer. He basically created a fake insurance company that was really just a pyramid scheme. It was one of those like bullshit predatory MLMs. That's how he made his money. Like he's just full of shit. Oh, I woke my way up from the top. Yeah, you saved a bit of money up. You started an MLM and scammed people.
Do you make
Then
now?
I make millions today. Then
Right,
I worked
and that's
at
why
Bob's
you like
Big Boy.
capitalism, because we're not all making that.
But
And
the
that's my
difference
point.
is, but
A
the difference
millionaire is
between
critiquing the people in poverty and saying you should work harder. You should work.
This woman's a dumb bitch, dude. Yeah, if I was debating this guy, well, first of all, I don't know what the fuck this debate was even about. I'm assuming these are all communists. I don't know if I'd end up debating him, but he's just a fraud. He just scammed people. That's how he made money. Like it's just silly. He's not the self-made man type guy. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
All of which he could absolutely care less about, of course. But as he starts to get fatigued, the stroke symptom in his face starts to come out. The more tired he is, the more all of his
21st on $8. You're a dirty, disgusting, filthy nigger. You're wearing the same clothes as yesterday. Possibly even the day before. You're gross and have no personal hygiene. Your hygiene is on the level of Frank's. Well, I didn't work out. So, yeah. Diddly, 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 diddly. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
his symptoms will become apparent. So I believe that's what we're seeing there in that photo.
Now, why? Because I feel like this is not as pronounced as it used to, and I'm not a doctor. So, do those signs go away after? Does it eventually like even out, or it can get better after a stroke?
Yeah, it depends on how severe it is. The brain exhibits what we call neuroplasticity, which is the ability for it to actually rewire itself to a certain degree or to heal from an ischemic event, such as a stroke or TIA. So that explains why stroke patients can recover, but it is determinant on how severe it was and what kind of help you were in beforehand. If he were my patient, I would tell him, you're extremely lucky that the stroke didn't completely paralyze your right side. And you actually have shown a measure of improvement before I got to you for home health physical therapy. So you better start behaving, because once you have one, it's not a guarantee you'll have another one, but it certainly makes it easier. That's kind of the conversation I would have with him as my patient. So it can improve. It just depends on whether the patient cares enough to abide by medical advice, which he doesn't. So yes, all contextual.
All right, now we have clips from, these are just from the past week, everyone. This is just from the past week. I'm going to show, let's just show.
I definitely agree with him with the congestive heart failure, kidney disease thing. The amount of edema he had in his ankles was just fucking crazy.
This clip from
G don't need to.
Someone literally told me that they hate all straight guys and never wanted to talk to them. They claim to be a heterophobe. WTF.
At number
lol.
3, we go back to August 20th, 1978 in Abadan, Iran, where the Cinema Rex fire claimed the lives of 422 people. This was a pivotal event, not only for its scale, but for the societal unrest it ignited. On that night, Islamic militants locked the doors of Cinema Rex, setting the building on fire with the audience trapped inside. The horrific event added to the already mounting dissatisfaction with the Shah's government and fanned the flames of revolution. Some even believed that the Shah's secret police were behind the attack to demonize Islamists, while others placed the blame on Islamic militants aiming to rally anti-Shah sentiment. This attack had profound consequences, becoming a catalyst for the Iranian Revolution.
Yep.
If you have a conversation with someone about immigration, they'll often bring up, yeah, but look at all the doctors and nurses that we bring in for the NHS. And I go, whoa, 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 whoa. I'll stop you there. That's a terrible thing to do, right? On two reasons, right? Firstly, the people here that are from overseas working in the NHS, incredible, right? And we need them. But we only need them because we haven't made a good decision at the moment, right? So the good decision I would make is I would say medical school should be not a quota of 11,000 people a year, which is what it is currently. It should be a standard. And if you reach that standard academically, you go to medical school. Don't even have an interview. If you're not very personable, you can work in the morgue. Don't fucking worry about it. But if you reach that standard, because there's two things going on. One, we're robbing young people of their dream of being doctors and nurses because we're importing cheaper ones from overseas. It's cheaper not to grow them yourself. But ultimately, what's society for?
Cheap in the short term.
But in the long term, right, you bring people in, doctors from the third world. If you bring in a doctor from, I don't know, Bangladesh, Pakistan.
There's a huge issue, too, with these people faking their medical licenses, and a lot of them are very clever.
Afghanistan, wherever you're bringing them from, it's not because they've run out of sick people there. It's not because they've gone, oh, do you know what, everyone seems fine. Everyone's really taking care of themselves here. I guess we should go somewhere. Where are there sick people? The UK, I hear. It's not that. So you go, it's two things. That those doctors are needed there. We need our, to train young people here to do something. And the idea that we go, we're not, and you want to expand that, you go, okay, well, I guess maybe let's take some of gender studies budget away. If it's, I don't know.
Fairly sensible. Thanks for the donation, G. Dodo $20. Oh my god, I hate her. Let me see. Yeah, me too.
The soccer field. I want to say the biggest congratulations ever to the kids at Ada Camp. Petition.
Hopefully some Islamic jihadist just blows her up. Zoram Mamdani announces price controls on hotels. Are you really? Hotels. The fuck? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kid Beer donated $2.
Beliefs in you. I would never marry a guy that's liberal. Why not? Because he's gonna raise my son to be a I don't want a man that's feminine at all. I want a strong, cored man who believes in guns and being strong. Border control? Yeah. I want my sons to grow up and be like, tough and manly. I would marry somebody that maybe disagrees on smaller stuff.
She's gross.
Would you ever marry someone that has different?
Yeah, she's gross.
And he explains.
Wait.
Explains why Islam only votes for the left. Check it out.
I was an extremist, Islamist, fundamentalist. I would only vote left.
Why is that?
I saw them as very stupid. I would fear the conservatives because they come with principle. That's not someone they can brainwash. But the left, I know they have no values and no principles to begin with. I dare you to find one Islamic extremist that votes for Donald Trump.
This seems staged in a weird way, but yeah, I mean, they talk about why they vote Democrat. It's because they're all fucking retard white guilt cucks. And they're pro-immigration and diversity, so yeah. Makes it easier for them to invade. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
When they're treating him like a Make-A-Wish kid, where they just keep giving him awards that mean nothing. And this one, he was they had a street named after him. And here's what he had to say.
Than they've ever done before. They're up 78% in many cases. But starting on day one, we fully secured our southern boulevard and stopped and think of it, As we were securing Southern Boulevard, making Florida great, we're also securing a thing called the Southern Border and making that great, and we stopped the invasion.
So there, I mean, obviously what he did was he meant to say Southern Border. He said Southern Boulevard. Now, I guess, like, I don't, like, listen, I think with Joe Biden, obviously there were signs of some mental fatigue for Joe Biden, but I think everything was a crisis. Every slip up that are just normal slip ups. That to me seemed different because he's obviously wanting to say border, but he says Boulevard. And then I think he's trying to correct himself again, and he still says Boulevard. And then obviously he understands what's happening, so he just then tries to like segue into something that can tie it together. So what's happening there?
I think it's called a phonemic paraphasia. It's the inability to pronounce a word correctly, or you just reach for the wrong word. And he has this.
He does it a lot.
He does it a lot. I think he has a long-standing difficulty reading to begin with, and he's hid that with his ego. He's hid that with his malignant narcissism. He's never cared to be a person of any academic repute because he knows. He's just reaching for actual power over other people and not actually being a person that somebody could actually respect for their authentic intelligence. But he's when he says something wrong, he backs up and he attempts to make it sound natural. His frontal lobe for frontotemporal dementia, it's named so because the frontal lobe and the temporal lobes are starting to atrophy inside the skull. And if you took an MRI of a frontotemporal dementia patient's brain, you see less brain matter, and you actually start to see a gap or space form between the brain matter and the skull because the neurons are literally dying. The frontal lobe is our filter. It's our reality tester. It keeps us from saying the stuff that we should not say, even if we're all thinking it. He is losing that ability to filter what he says or doesn't say, and reaching for the wrong word is a downstream effect of that.
Well, that's a great segue to what happened earlier this week, too, where the President of the United States did this. So there's Donald Trump mouthing "fuck you" or "fuck off" to a Ford voter, who, by the way, many people on the channel donated to, and I donated to because we need people that actually are calling this guy out. But what? So you're saying that is actually not that is a sign of someone who is, for lack of a better word, he's losing his mind by being able to do that. Like he's not able to temper his emotions.
Clinically speaking, it's the frontal lobe dysfunction, the filter that keeps you from reacting directly to the situation in front of you, especially if you are a public figure, and especially even more so if you're the president of the United States. The vast majority of presidents, they work at and curate their discretion. And, George W. Bush, he had a shoe thrown at him and he just kind of kept moving. He didn't go after the man who threw the shoe. He tried to move on because he wants to keep the perception of the office as high as it can possibly be, whether people agree or disagree, because it's about respecting himself and respecting the office and the American people and the rule of law, all these things that Donald Trump doesn't care about. So Trump, his brain literally can't do it anymore. And it's going to get worse. Dr. Gardner said, take a look at Donald Trump today. And it is
Who's Dr. Gardner?
Dr. John Gardner used to be associate professor at Johns Hopkins Medical School. And he's the guy who has been warning the public since roughly 2015 that Donald Trump has a dangerous psychiatric profile. But it's him losing his filter. And the thing that makes it difficult to distinguish this is that, again, the context of all these symptoms is malignant narcissism, which, by the way, is not in the DSM-5. It is not a diagnosis you're going to find codified clearly in the DSM. It was created to explain the psychiatric profile of Adolf Hitler. That's why it was created, because we literally could not conceive as a society of someone who could be this way. So the greatest fear for somebody who actually has legitimate clinical narcissistic personality disorder is exposure. And the biggest nuclear bomb that has not gone off quite yet for the Trump administration or MAGA is the Epstein files. And that guy pointed right in his face and said, I know exactly what you are. And it triggered the filter is disintegrating. And also he will do anything. He will start World War III to keep from being exposed. That's what we're watching in real time.
I have this clip here from, I believe this is from this week, perhaps from last week, but an oil event with the president.
Well, I got to look at this myself.
Now, actually, let me just tee this up a little bit better because I want to keep everyone in mind that the president had every oil executive here. And then this clip is starting when it happens, but he literally abruptly, he brings up the ballroom and he goes, I should go look at the ballroom right now. And that's what we're watching here.
Yeah.
And I want you to also, if you're watching, keep in mind like the reactions to his cabinet members and Susie Wiles, who I think you can see a little bit in this.
Well, I got to look at this myself. Wow. What a view. This is the door to the ballroom.
I actually think there's a lot going on here. I mean, obviously the reaction of the cabinet and his chief.
Oh my. Holy fuck. This is crazy. Dodo and Taylor's Iceland must be pretty worried. Yeah.
But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost.
It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us.
Yeah, Iceland. Oh, man. Again, this retarded, like this retard. He doesn't know where Greenland is. So. Yeah, that's a gaffe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Obviously, the reaction of the cabinet and his chief of staff is very telling. But what are you seeing when you watch this clip? Of the
Right.
president?
So it's his emotional limbic system.
What's your thoughts on Andrew Wilson? You two always seem to get along and are respectful towards each other despite your guys' massively different worldviews. I can't wait for RE9, it looks so good. Combining all the good elements from RE4 and RE7. Penis.
Like, Andrew's respectful to me, and he's like good debate opponent, so he's reasonable with me, I'm reasonable with him, and even though I disagree with him, I think some of his views are funny. It's kind of like just bizarre dealing with somebody like that, so I've always kept it cool with him. And yeah, RE9 looks good. I'm just a little bit worried about the parts with that FBI agent girl. Because if that's like a huge portion of the game, and you don't get to play as Leon so much, like that might annoy me. Thanks for the donation though, Mac Daddy. I'm sure there will be mods and stuff though.
Or the emotional center of your brain is going to be more and more in the driver's seat as his frontal lobe filter disintegrates. So I think in this room, he has gathered an absolute metric ton of money and shareholder value in the room. These are real CEOs. Donald Trump has never been a real CEO with actual legal guardrails. He's never done that. So when these guys come in the room, he's intimidated. He's a deeply insecure man, and he constantly covers it over with his narcissism. So I think he's intimidated, and he reaches for something comfortable. And so he gets up in the middle of this meeting. And by the way, the entire narrative about Venezuela rests on the people in this room getting on board with him. Whatever it is he's doing in Venezuela, they can legitimize the narrative. And so he gets up to do this because he's scared. He's insecure. He reaches for his ballroom, which I believe his cabinet, his closest circle of advisors have gone along with the entire time because it is the equivalent of an adult coloring book for a dementia patient. All the redecorating of the White House, it looks like Mar-a-Lago. It looks like his favorite place on the on the planet. So he can't, his filter can't say, there are multiple billions of dollars sitting in this room right now. Why don't you just not? Why don't you just move on to the next topic? Let's just do the meeting. No, that doesn't occur to him. He gets up to look at basically what is a hole in the ground. There's nothing to see out there. So it seems absurd because it 100% is because he has dementia.
Now, what would you say to people who are like, come on, this is selectively edited. Everyone trips up their words. Donald Trump's always been a little bit out there. He's never been someone who is, like a typical individual. He's always been someone who does things for attention and he doesn't care what other people think. So that's what we're seeing. Like, what do you say to those people?
Okay. So I work with these people every day. And here's what will happen. I will sit in the living room of a patient with a family member or maybe two. The patient will tell me, they'll answer my questions. And 75% of the time, their adult child sitting on the couch right across the room will interrupt them regularly to correct what they are saying. I mean, regularly. That is the reality of a dementia patient. The medical team around Trump are lying. He has been lying about his health since 2015, at least. This is documented and reported on, okay? So people, they can work, because he is the president, they can shelter him from public scrutiny through the best medical care on the planet, and also arranging his schedule. He can say yes or no to things arbitrarily simply because of the office he holds. But he is displaying it feels like I'm watching a TV show starring one of my patients. That's what it feels like. So, and again, just like we joked about this before the interview started, all of these clips you're showing are from the last week or 2 weeks. Like, it's getting to where he can't hide any of his, he tells the world he had an MRI. What part of the body did you have? I don't know. It was amazing though. The doctor said they said it's the best they've ever seen. No doctor talks about MRIs that way. That's not how they're interpreted. It's a mountain of absurdity as a clinician who deals with these patients every day. It's a dead ringer for all the pathology that I'm describing.
Now, you have said, I think it's quite a shocking thing to hear, but you have said that Trump has I believe you said 4 to 6 months left. Do you still stand by that?
Yes, actually 2 to 4 at this point.
2 to 4, okay.
Yeah, what I believe is we are 2 to 4 months from him leaving the land of the living, or they invoke the 25th, or he's flat out impeached. I think we're that close. Again, his personal aides, when they're on Air Force One, they take turns sitting up with him through the night because he won't go to bed. And he makes fun of them.
But that's like a typical symptom of dementia, is not being able to sleep regularly?
Yes, this is called sundown, where the sleep-wake cycles get reversed. The suprachiasmatic nucleus, which is...
That might explain why he was falling asleep at that one public appearance. I can't remember what it was. But he was falling asleep during the day.
Housed within the hypothalamus. That is where your master clock is housed. It's the thing in your brain that says, oh, time to go to bed. That starts to deteriorate with a dementia patient. That's why the days and nights get flipped around. Their brain literally wants to sleep during the day, which is why he falls asleep during cabinet meetings. They're literally showering him with praise, and he cannot stay awake. It's the one thing in the world he loves to do, is to be told how great he is, and he can't stay awake for it anymore. So it's well documented and reported he's sundown.
This is just a grifter pretending to be a cop in a fake uniform, right? The uniform and car looks real, so I can't tell.
I'm Officer Santos. A lot of guys don't like to date me because I'm a police officer. So I'm wondering if there is actually anyone out there who would want to give me a chance. Hi guys. Hi guys.
Pretty sure this is AI. This is, so that looks like it's right-hand drive. And then that's a left-hand drive. Left-hand drive. Left-hand drive. How is she just looking at the camera and not really looking at the road at all? And then right-hand drive. All the videos where she's actually driving, left-hand drive. And then all the videos where she's sitting. Oh wait, no, that one she's driving and it's right. The only explanation that makes sense with this would be, yeah, she's, for whatever reason, arbitrarily deciding to flip the image. Santos. Yeah, it's reversed. I'm pretty certain this is AI, though. They just reversed the image. This has to be AI. Yeah, this is AI. It's a AI scam. Just to get you to talk to a fake girl. Thanks for the donation, though, honeydew.
And we're just not that far from him.
There's some other things in the video, too. There's, like, weird stuff that's moving.
Doing or saying something, or failing to show up as a normal president would, that will absolutely shock the world.
Well, I mean, we've featured your videos many times here on the channel. So I just want to say thank you for your, I think it's called journalism. I don't know if you call it that, but I do think it's journalism. Thank you for, thank you for exposing the truth around this. I think for whatever reason, the mainstream media either avoids it or doesn't want to talk about it or doesn't take it seriously.
Yeah.
I think it's a very serious topic to discuss. I'm not sure if the president has 2 to 4 months, as you assert, or if, or if it's much longer, but regardless.
I don't think he's got much longer, honestly. I think we're going to hear about a sudden croak in the night.
107. Not it.
That's all I'm saying. Not. It's going to hit. Pretty safe to say it was.
While people think of the 50 cal as being one of the ultimate systems for long-range shooting, this round can stay with and or beat the 50 cal in many respects through a very long range. Sometimes a more precise projectile or a smaller projectile can be a more effective system at distance. The bullet on this extends down into the case, and it's almost the length of your entire cartridge.
What grain bullet you using?
This is the 245 EOL.
That is a crazy arc.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
That's good impact. Okay, what that looks like through the scope cam is pretty awesome. Honestly, we have to go down range now to see the absolute giant crater that just got a T-Morse can and then a melon down front, but from as far back. If you put something next to it, you shoot past it, it'll blow it up. I have. What is this, like? It is. When you look downrange, we've shot time, but we are able to get it off pretty easy. But, well, at the target, it has more energy than the Norma does at 100 yards. That's an insane amount of energy. So we're gonna find out real fast whether energy matters or velocity. Same shot.
All right, last one.
Come on. Oh, you first.
They banned 50 cals in Canada. It's really fucking gay.
Elon Musk announced an early gift to the world. xAI's generative AI chatbot Grok would be able to edit images and video.
Ho, ho, ho.
And there was great rejoicing across the internet. In an era where trust in politics, media, and civic institutions is at an all-time low, what we really need is infinite inorganic content at the click of a mouse. Not everyone was happy, though. Artists immediately complained that their work could be altered without their consent, but the fanboys in
If you could upload your consciousness to a computer, would that go against your position that everyone will die? Yeah, no. So
Musk mentions thought it was
like you're gonna die. Just you're duplicating your consciousness in a computer. They would presumably eventually die too, given enough time.
cool as hell, including some White House officials. What the f***? Sex workers were also quick to see the possibilities of Grok's new functionality. It's an old axiom that pornography drives media innovation. Technologies like VCRs and digital streaming became common, at least in part, because people wanted to consume their porn at home for obvious reasons. According to the AI content monitoring site CopyLeaks, adult content creators immediately groked that they could use Grok to generate images of themselves for marketing purposes. And if you want to use media tools to manipulate your own image, that is perfectly legal. But within hours, the technology was being used to alter images of real women and children to undress them and put them in sexual situations. And Grok wasn't asking permission, which seems intuitively like it should be illegal. That's certainly offensive and exploitative, like there's gotta be a law, right? Well, before we get to the nitty-gritty, let's define our terms, because in America, pornography is protected speech. Consenting adults are allowed to record themselves in sexual situations and share those images. That is bedrock First Amendment law. But children cannot consent to sex, and certainly not with adults. Sexual imagery of children used to be called child pornography or kiddie porn. We don't really use those terms anymore because it conflates the sexual exploitation of children with legally protected speech for adults. It trivializes the first and stigmatizes the second. The accepted term is child sex abuse materials, or CSAM, and it's a persistent problem, particularly on social media, where strangers across the world can message each other and share images. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, known as NCMEC, maintains a database of known CSAM images. All the major online platforms coordinate with NCMEC to digitally flag and remove those identified images and to add images to the database when they're detected.
G22 regarding the ICE shooting, heard conservatives say the women turned the steering wheel toward the ICE agent and accelerated while he was right in front, and that she was resisting arrest, trying to disrupt their operations. Already talked about this dude. Just watch. Well, damn it, I gotta upload it. I already debated Vince Goodrum on that. It's just a stupid argument. I don't really care about talking about it again and again and again. But no, there's no justification for the shooting. Thanks for the donation.
But NCMEC can only do so much. According to the Internet Watch Foundation, 2025 was the worst year on record for online child sexual abuse material, with a 26,000% rise in photorealistic AI videos of child sexual abuse, often including real and recognizable child victims. To be clear, computer-generated CSAM absolutely does harm real children. The models are often trained on images of real children being sexually exploited, and programs like Grok are able to alter photos of real children to produce bespoke CSAM, which has resulted in an increase in extreme images depicting penetration, bestiality, and torture. Okay, that is CSAM. Now let's talk about non-consensual intimate imagery, or NCII. In the past, that was referred to as revenge porn or even just nudes. For a long time, sharing intimate images with a partner was deemed to be consent for that partner to share the image anywhere they wanted. Today, we understand that's a violation of consent, and so for the same reasons we avoid using the term pornography in the context of children, we differentiate between consensually created images of adults from images which are expropriated or taken without permission or generated without consent by computers. That is NCII. And let's not sugarcoat the reality here. The vast majority of NCII is images of women and girls. Everyone understands that this is content used to embarrass and demean women. You can be a free speech absolute.
I think the I think the primary reason for that is it's just mostly dudes using these tools in that manner. That's it. So, like, the majority of porn watchers are also men. So,
And believe that the content deserves First Amendment protection, but you cannot deny that it is being used to humiliate girls and women and make them pay a price for participating in the public sphere.
that's only if it's for that purpose. Some people just think Anna Kasparian's hot. Like, that's... So it's only for that purpose. And, like, I also don't personally understand why there's a problem with this if there's a way to make sure everyone's aware that the images are AI generated. So, like, if there was a big thing on the screen saying this was AI generated, what's the problem exactly? Like, presumably you can embarrass or humiliate anybody without using AI or Photoshop or any image altering or generation tool. You could just, like, draw a very, like, graphic image of somebody. Like people have made paintings of Trump kissing Putin. So some of this is just silly. Like, obviously people just don't like the idea of very realistic looking nude photos of themselves on the internet, but it's just a really weird, like, legal justification to say, well, it's embarrassing for somebody. Like, the issue for me is if somebody is genuinely being convinced the image is real, and that could in some, like, material way affect the way the person's perceived or affect their life in some negative way due to something they never actually did. Like, that's the problem that I see. So that's the fundamental issue, not that it's negatively impacting their life. It's just based on something they didn't even do. So, yeah.
Which is, of course, exactly what happened when Grok enabled image and video editing. It was immediately used to digitally undress women online without permission. Grok was instructed to edit photos to put women in bikinis. It complied. It was told to replace women's clothing with...
By the way, what's really weird is, like, you could put an AI prompt to say, generate someone nude who looks like Anna Kasparian. Or who looks like Donald Trump. It's not... then the prompt isn't Donald Trump, but it can look enough like them where somebody would think it is them. And so it's like... it's just weird, right?
With plastic wrap. No problem. It was instructed to dress them in bikinis made of dental floss. Again...
Or, conversely, like, if you give specific enough facial or body details, like... generate a woman who's middle-aged with red hair, red lipstick, curvy eyebrows. Like, you may end up with somebody like this, especially since these are tools that are based off of large dataset models. You could incidentally generate an image that looks exactly like a particular person, but nothing in the prompt actually made it generate that particular person. Would that still be illegal?
It produced the requested images. It was asked to put Holocaust survivors in bikinis and stand them in front of concentration camps, and it did that too. On January 8th, Grok was producing 6,000 images with the prompt bikini every hour. The editing tool was weaponized at scale, with Grok adding images of blood and bruises to sexualized images of women without their consent. The bot was even willing to manipulate images of Renee Nicole Good, the woman shot in Minneapolis by ICE agent Jonathan Ross. Grok helpfully added bullet holes and bikinis on demand, and it did the same for children, putting them in bikinis or skimpy clothes. A popular request involved the term donut glaze to simulate semen. And we're not going to show you those images because they're gross and upsetting and exploitative. But even if we were inclined to show them, we couldn't do that because YouTube would take us down, or at the very least demonetize us. In fact, they'll probably demonetize us anyway just because of the topic, which is why content like this would not be possible without the support of Nebula, who sponsored this video. Not only will you never run into, we will see you in court. Elon Musk's XAI isn't better at image generation than other AIs. Sora and Midjourney and Google Veo have the ability to create CSAM and NCII. They just choose not to. And while there are smaller Nudify apps, the other major technology companies ensure that it's not possible to use their product to digitally rip someone's clothes off. But Elon Musk, who owns X and XAI, thinks that's fine. In fact, he thinks it's hilarious.
That term is just so weird. I mean, we've had Photoshop for so long where you could like just superimpose somebody's head onto somebody else's body, and there were literally porn websites dedicated to Photoshop nude images of celebrities. No one gave a fuck. Like, that was going on for so long, and nobody gave a shit. And then suddenly, like, it's just hysteria.
Yes, he tweeted an image of himself in a bikini, and he laughed at images of North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un in a bikini, even though his own site later removed them. He tweeted out a picture of a bikini on a toaster with the caption, "Grok can put a bikini on everything." And this isn't even the first time something like this has happened. In August, XAI launched what it called spicy mode, producing sexualized imagery for its customers. It immediately produced deepfakes of Taylor Swift dancing in a thong, which enraged the artist and her fans. One victim this time around was Ashley St. Clair, a conservative influencer and the mother of one of Musk's many children. St. Clair alleges that Grok produced deepfake sexualized content of her covered in semen, rubbing her breasts, exposing her buttock in a string bikini, and in a barely there bikini top. It also added tattoos labeling her as Elon's whore. When she complained, the site refused to take the images down, and in fact, it removed her blue checkmark and demonetized her account. She's now suing in New York, and X is suing her in federal court in Texas for violating the site's terms of service by dragging it into court in New York. And again, that's not happening on any other major AI platform. This is how Elon Musk wants this website to work. On January 12th, he tweeted that Grok was rock solid compared to other AIs, eternally curious to know the deeper truth, and appreciation of beauty are its goals. But lots of people did not think that photos of kids and women in bikinis made of dental floss reflected the deeper truth and appreciation of beauty. The backlash was fierce, with world leaders denouncing the platform and calling for Musk to take back his unwanted Christmas gift. Musk handled it with his signature diplomatic grace, by which I mean he decided to monetize it. On January 8th, Grok began responding to user requests to change her into a dental floss bikini by informing the requester that image generation and editing are currently limited to paying subscribers. I guess the theory here is that if you generate illegal content, the website has your credit card number and can help the cops find you. That's what they said anyway. So if you want to...
Would you care if there was a bunch of AI porn about you on the internet? Only if people thought it wasn't AI. It's the only concern I'd have.
Are they just mad because all the OnlyFans girls will get replaced and have to get a real job or something?
Oh, yeah, they're worried for sure. Yeah, they'd be worried. Thanks for the donation, idiot.
To generate CSAM or NCII, you have to pay X.com between $8 and $40 a month for the privilege, or you can just download the Grok app or visit the website and keep making deepfakes for free without giving a credit card. In a letter to Tim Cook and Sundar Pichai, the CEOs of Apple and Google, Democratic Senators Ron Wyden, Ed Markey, and Ben Ray Lujan asked the companies to enforce their own terms of service, which explicitly ban apps which produce CSAM and NCII. Apple and Google did not remove Grok or X from their app stores, but a whole bunch of countries made it clear that this feature wasn't going to fly. The UK's media regulator Ofcom announced an investigation into Grok's production of CSAM and NCII, after which the U.S. State Department threatened to go nuclear if foreign regulators dared to touch Twitter. But then the European Commission weighed in, as did India's Ministry of Electronics and IT, which ordered X to explain how its AI policy was consistent with that country's law. Malaysia and Indonesia just out-and-out banned Grok. And California Attorney General Rob Bonta is asking anyone harmed by Grok's deepfake generator to contact his office. With pressure mounting, X's safety account posted an update on Wednesday, January 14th, saying that the site remained committed to making X a safe platform for everyone and continue to have zero tolerance for any forms of child sexual exploitation, non-consensual nudity, and unwanted sexual content, which might have been more credible if the platform hadn't just spent a week cheerfully responding to the prompt, "Put her in a dress made of plastic wrap while eating a hot dog." X promised to geo-block the bikini feature in jurisdictions where it wasn't legal. Meanwhile, Musk insisted that Grok produced zero images of nude children and always abides by the laws of the user's country. One of the politicians who expressed disgust was Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar. She called it outrageous. No one should find AI-created sexual images of themselves online, especially children. X must change this. If they don't, my bipartisan Take It Down Act will soon require them to. Note that she called out X on X because nothing says moral opprobrium like an in-kind donation to a platform you've just accused of manufacturing CSAM and NCII. On May 19, 2025, Congress passed the Take It Down Act, sponsored by Republican Senator Ted Cruz and Klobuchar, who is a Democrat. Cruz said he was motivated by the horror story of a group of teenage girls in Texas who could not get Snapchat to take down deepfake NCII of them generated by a boy in their school. Police said there was nothing they could do about it, and it was only months later, after a call from Cruz, that the platform pulled the images down. The scenario was repeated over and over in schools across the country because, as is so often the case, technology moves faster than the law. The Take It Down Act makes it illegal to publish a computer-generated intimate image of an identifiable adult without consent when that image depicts something the individual did not voluntarily expose and is not a matter of public concern when the publication is intended to cause harm. Just a lot of clauses and a lot of loopholes. Take as an example, fan art. What if someone photoshops Devon's head onto Michelangelo's David, or the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, or Botticelli's Birth of Venus? Is that digital forgery of intimate imagery or protected speech? What if the poster intends the image as an homage and the person depicted feels damaged? What about sex workers who have voluntarily exposed themselves in intimate situations? Are they barred from recovery under the Take It Down law? And okay, yes, I do appreciate that there are laws governing the appropriation of someone's likeness, but the point is that the First Amendment issues here are complex and will doubtless result in years of court battles. The drafters of the law modeled the enforcement structure on the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or DMCA, which allows copyright holders to flag illegal uses of their work and get them removed without having to go to court. And of course, removing NCII and CSAM is a laudable goal, but it's likely to run into some First Amendment challenges because NCII is not like a Taylor Swift video. It's not a
$8 Zoran was in just his first 2 weeks. Still don't think he doesn't believe in his own policies. Okay, universal child care. This is just gonna waste money. Like, he's just gonna put the city into further debt.
The administration did on day 16. The Mamdani administration reached a $2 million settlement with A&E Realty, led by CEO Douglas Eisenberg. In addition to the penalty, the landlord must correct over 4,000 open violations, including mold, vermin infestation.
This is AI generated, so I wouldn't trust any of this shit. But thanks for the donation, stupid.
Commercial work that the creator has the exclusive right to profit from. It's speech, and recreating the structure of the DMCA is not going to solve that problem. And by the way, Ted Cruz, who sponsored the law, said the images were bad, but he also...
This is so strange. His account came up on my feed today. He was doxing his own address, and was getting millions of views. Now his account is deleted, so I can't link it. But here is a vid on it.
Me out on the 4534 University Boulevard page that just started a day ago. Alright, right here is the page I'm talking about. I've never made a video like this. I own a mineral business, salt crystals and my baby, but let's dissect everything we're seeing here because this shit is sketchy. Okay, so this guy right here is at work and there's a bunch of strangers in.
I don't really post much on my OnlyFans, but I do respond to messages.
In his apartment. I have been following since this video with this guy right here. Now, this is strange. All right, they turned the look, he did not make this post. Another thing is they just turned off the comments. These guys have turned, one of these three that were in charge have turned off the comments. And I'm blaming this guy right here. Some people in the comments looked it up and saw that he's a sex offender. I don't know, man. It's just the guy that has the apartment, he needs to be careful. I'm trying to think to myself, is he back from work or is there just so many people in there that they started like turning them around? Never seen some shit like this in my life, and I don't know how I'm so early at this, but yeah, I don't know, something's just weird, something's just iffy about this shit. You right there, man, this guy right here, there's something off about that guy. You shit, while I'm at it, that guy, there's something off about him too, but maybe I'm wrong. But this cat right here, he's so innocent looking, and he's just an innocent looking dude.
What the fuck is this? You want me to waste my time with this horse shit? Thanks for the donation, JP.
Also congratulated X's management for handling any problems, and then he made sure to let Elon know he's not mad at him about the whole BornBot thing. There they are together on January 12th. Sweet, huh? Okay. So the Take It Down Act isn't the only statute that governs computer-generated NCII and CSAM. 18 U.S.C. Section 2256 criminalizes computer-generated CSAM of an identifiable minor, that is, a real or fake image that looks like an actual identifiable individual child, which is treated as a crime against that child. But Section 1466A bars the possession or distribution of visual depictions of the sexual abuse of minors, irrespective of whether the child depicted actually exists. So this isn't a crime against someone, it's a prosecution for obscenity. Note that these are two separate statutes, and that's because we're still trying to work out what to do with computer-generated CSAM, and not just at the federal level. Take, for instance, Michigan's CSAM law, which tries to cover both the actual and computer-generated images in one statute. So see where it says the material was created using a depiction of any part of an actual person under the age of 18. All right.
James Aspie's a good guy. Don't I tell her, is this assault and battery?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
This is fake. She's smiling. She's smiling still.
Oh my God!
She's smiling.
Welcome, welcome. Can I interest you in a fur coat from an animal who was caged their entire life and never saw daylight so you could look rich at brunch?
Alive.
So no, that is not assault and battery. That's just fake. 21st when he tells is Isaac and incel and celibate like you, yeah. Has he ever had a girl over once? Not here. Or have you ever dropped him off at a girl's house since he can't drive? No. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
All right, that section's really clear. And then it says, not created using a depiction of any part of an actual person under the age of 18, but all of the following apply, after which it talks about the average individual applying contemporary community standards, finding the depiction, taken as a whole, appeals to the prurient interest, lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, depicts sex in a patently offensive way. That's the Miller test articulated by the Supreme Court in a 1973 case called Miller v. California that had to do with distributing pornography by mail. And okay, we can all agree that CSAM is obscene, but we're talking here about laws from a bygone analog era being used to prosecute digital crimes today, and it is not going to be a perfect fit. I mean, we can't even agree who owns AI-generated content, right? If you prompt Grok to generate NCII and it posts it online, is X or XAI responsible for any of that? I mean, Elon Musk says no way, but then again, he would, wouldn't he? Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act says that websites aren't responsible for user-generated content. So if you defame someone in the comment section under this video, YouTube isn't liable and it can't be sued for deleting your post. But asking Grok to generate sexual content does not map cleanly onto the law. I mean, suppose that you post, Grok takes some woman's clothes off. Your prompt is user-generated content for sure, but the image Grok spits back is produced by the bot itself. On X, it actually shows up as a post by Grok. So is X liable for that content if it breaks the law? I don't know. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden, one of the original sponsors of Section 230, says that he wrote Section 230 to protect user speech.
Told you not to get the jab, lol, we were right, nigga.
This is a clot pulled straight from someone's veins. This isn't normal blood. This is called amyloid. Since 2022, embalmers worldwide have found these in thousands of bodies. And a brand new study just proved the same amyloid clots are forming inside living people right now. Indeed, they found them in every single participant who received a shot. In this video, we'll look at what they are, why they're happening, and what you can potentially do about it. Now, these are microscopic, so they remain hidden and hard to identify, but they probably can account for most of the symptoms that we see so commonly now. This means the fatigue, the brain fog, the nervous system problems, and even the sudden cardiac events. This new study compared the blood from 50 patients with long COVID diagnosed and 38 healthy controls. It found that these clots, called amyloid microclots, they were dramatically higher in people with long COVID. This was up to 20 times greater in number and a much larger size as well. However, they also found these microclots in practically every other part.
Wait. Objects per mil. So I'm assuming they're talking about oh, I see. Wait. No, long COVID. Control. Okay. Oh, never mind. I'm high. I had trouble reading this. Okay, yeah, those are all statistically significant.
In number and a much larger size as well. However, they also found these microclots in practically every other participant. So this means even the healthy control group. Unsurprisingly, every single one of these healthy controls had also received the shot. And so why is this even important? Your body...
This doesn't show anything.
Forms blood clots. Normally, importantly, these clots can be broken down through the...
This doesn't actually demonstrate that this wouldn't be effect from the vaccine. If everyone got the vaccine.
body's natural process of fibrinolysis. This is where the body dissolves those clots using enzyme systems in the blood, which essentially come along, they break down, dissolve the clot, and then your immune system cleans up the mess. This is happening on a regular basis and you don't even know about it. However, in people with long COVID or those who took a certain medical procedure, well, the clot that forms...
This guy is misrepresenting what the study shows. If everyone got the vaccine, then there's no control comparison where somebody didn't have the vaccine. So it doesn't show that the vaccine causes it then. You'd have to, there's no comparator group. So this guy's a fucking idiot. This guy is a whack job. Yeah, this guy is a literal whack job, dude. Like, he's talking about, like, carnivore diet, oxalate dumping. He's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Not a company's own speech, and that AI chatbot outputs are not protected by 230, and that is not a close call. But then he said it's up to the states, since the Trump administration is clearly not going to do anything to piss off their buddy Elon. And considering that Secretary Hegseth just announced that Grok is going to be integrated into every aspect of the Defense Department, that seems like a pretty safe bet. Legislators are certainly trying to come up with solutions for the problem of digital CSIM and NCII. Democrat Jake Auchincloss and Republican Celeste Malloy have introduced a bill called the Deepfake Liability Act in the House to build on the Take It Down Act by imposing greater obligations on social media platforms to remove NCII and cooperate with law enforcement to help victims. The proposed law would also clarify that AI-generated content is not covered by Section 230. A bipartisan group of legislators led by Missouri Republican Ann Wagner has proposed the Enhancing Necessary Federal Offenses Regarding Child Exploitation Act, or the Enforce Act, to clarify that AI-generated CSAM is punishable to the same extent as content generated in person. But you know what?
No.
None of that is going to stop what happened this January, and neither will the Take It Down Act, because, as is so often the case, Musk walked all the way up to the line, put his hobbity little toes right on it, and then stopped. Because the law defines intimate images as depicting genitalia. Basically, anything covered by a skimpy bathing suit is off limits.
Get off
and
my keyboard.
Put her in a
Get off my keyboard. Jesus.
bikini is probably not going to run afoul of that. Some of the most extreme images produced by Grok are likely to have crossed the legal line, and we should note that the Internet Watch Foundation said it found what looked like AI-generated CSAM on the dark web, which it believes it was created by Grok. But the vast majority of the offensive content that was produced by Grok in response to user requests to disrobe female users is and will continue to be completely legal. It feels like it can't be legal because every other major AI company refuses to do it. But that's not because Sora, Veo, and Midjourney can't. It's because they think it's vile and irresponsible, and maybe Musk thinks
21st only tellers, you don't need a group of unvaxxed in the study because all 50 of the control who didn't get COVID but all got the jab had those microscopic blood clots. Everyone has that to some degree. You idiot. And they're not blood clots. You're dumb. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
that by programming Grok to create exploitative images, he'll be able to gain market share against his competitors. Currently, Grok makes up just 2% of the chatbot market, far behind OpenAI's ChatGPT and Google's Gemini. Musk certainly tweeted a lot about all the downloads for Grok that coincided with the bot's willingness to put her in a bikini. But you know what? Maybe this whole episode is because Grok was created in Musk's image, and this is what he thinks is funny, which is not great if you're a woman online, but your mileage may vary.
Now, all this highlights why it's so
cringe.
important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with.
Well, Musk is still an idiot, so who'd have figured? Spaghetti. Oh boy. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. I have to go to the bathroom. I think I might also get some apples as a snack. You fucks. It's also hot. I'm gonna turn off the heating and put on shorts. I'll be back in a minute. Spaghetti. Spaghetti, spaghetti, spaghetti. It's all about spaghetti.
I was banned. You missed a lot.
Okay. There you go. You should be unbanned now. Thanks for that donation, Kindu.
Market oil moves through a network of aging tankers known as the Dark Fleet. From high-tech signal spoofing to old-school disguise, these vessels employ shadowy tactics to bypass international law. But a new U.S. crackdown on Venezuelan oil is finally moving to strangle this illicit trade.
The Dark Fleet model, for now, with Venezuela has been broken.
The so-called Dark Fleet is a network of some 1,400 ships that transfer Venezuelan, Russian, and Iranian oil in violation of U.S. and other international sanctions. Analysts say about 1/5 of the world's oil is shipped by the Dark Fleet.
These tankers have been absolute cash cows for the unknown, hidden people, behind all of this trade.
These vessels use a variety of deceptive tactics to avoid detection by maritime authorities. First, there's
Olfactory training helps regain smell after long COVID. Sniff 4 distinct scents, for example, rose, lemon, eucalyptus, clove, vegan chocolate candle/cacao powder, twice daily. Gently inhale each for 20 to 25 seconds, focusing intently and recalling memories.
I don't know if that helps, but maybe. Thanks for the donation, semi-emoji.
spoofing, when a ship broadcasts its location from one place, but is actually thousands of miles away.
Venezuela has been, the OG of spoofing. They've been doing it since at least 2020.
Vessels sailing from Asia often hit the Cape of Good Hope and suddenly cut their transponders to vanish from global tracking, known as going dark.
And then it will start spoofing and it will appear to go up to Lome, Togo, when in reality it continues sailing to Venezuela, loads its cargo, and then when it's ready, it's sailing back, all of a sudden that vessel will appear to come down off West Africa. The tanker will also say that it's going to call off Angola, for example, and it's all about deceptively trying to hide the fact that it's loaded Venezuelan oil.
Second, vessels will use covert ship-to-ship transfers once they've vanished from the digital map, like this one caught on a satellite image in the South China Sea.
Ship-to-ship transfers are quite common in shipping, but they're done within port-state limits and with port-state authority. But this is done in international waters to avoid scrutiny.
Third, vessels will cycle through names and country flags to avoid detection. Out at sea, some crews even use paint to change the vessel's name. The White Crane became Rain, for example. These ships register in countries with looser maritime laws, or they fly false flags and have no registration at all.
So the equivalent of putting false plates on your car. But the problem with falsely flagged vessels, and there are literally hundreds of them now, is that they're flagless, they're lawless, and they're stateless. And that makes them vulnerable under the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Seas to interdiction and seizure by national authorities because they can be boarded.
All of these tactics had helped Venezuelan strongman Nicolas Maduro evade U.S. sanctions and keep oil revenue flowing.
In 2025, Venezuela exported roughly 800,000 barrels per day. About 75% of that oil was done on sanctioned tonnage, and most of that sanctioned tonnage was deploying deceptive shipping practices.
Now the U.S. is cracking down, and it has seized several ships engaged in deceptive practices. The Skipper is one of those sanctioned ships. The 20-year-old tanker spoofed her location, showing she was offshore Guyana around October 28th. In reality, she sailed into Venezuelan waters, where she loaded up at the Jose terminal. On December 4th, she left with about 1.8 million barrels of crude oil. 2 days later, she offloaded a portion of that oil to another ship offshore Curaçao. But before she got much further, the Skipper had visitors. A team of U.S. forces rappelled onto the ship, eventually redirecting the Skipper to U.S. waters.
The interdiction of the skipper gave the owners and controllers of many dark fleet vessels pause for thought, and so that's when we started seeing vessels sailing to Venezuela, in a holding pattern for a couple of days, and then eventually they turned around.
Since then, the U.S. has interdicted several more tankers as it enforces a de facto blockade of Venezuelan oil, even after capturing Maduro. In response, some dark fleet vessels have raced to evade capture. The Bella 1 is just one example. As the Coast Guard chased her through the North Atlantic, the Bella 1 changed names to the Marinera and registered in Russia. The crew even painted Marinera in Cyrillic on the side of the ship, along with Sochi, the name of its new Russian port. Still, U.S. forces seized the vessel on January 7th.
It was a fake Russian oil tanker. They basically tried to pretend to be a Russian oil tanker in an effort to avoid the sanctions regime.
Analysts say that in the face of the U.S. campaign, a number of ships are trying to seek protection under the Russian flag.
That trend accelerated so rapidly that we've seen 20 vessels reflag in, since early December through to, early January. And they're not just in Venezuelan waters, they're also going through the English Channel, through to the Baltic to load crude and refined products for Russia. And so this, I think, is part of Russia trying to reclaim these vessels. Remember, the dark fleet is kind of like a lifeline for its energy commodities revenue, so they need to guarantee the safety and security of those ships.
Now there are no dark fleet tankers loading up on Venezuelan oil to ship to other markets, according to shipping analytics firm Kepler. President Trump has said the U.S. will control Venezuelan oil exports indefinitely, and in cooperation with Venezuela's state-run oil company.
We've taken 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela in the first 4 days. We've got millions of barrels of oil left. We're selling it on the open market.
If and when sanctions are rolled back, millions of barrels of oil will be shipped on law-abiding tankers to refineries in the U.S. And analysts say it will mean the end of the dark fleet in Venezuela.
We haven't seen a dark fleet vessel arrive in Venezuela in weeks. It's quite likely that we won't see another dark fleet tanker load there. And when there's no more business for them, or they just get too old, too expensive to maintain, the beneficial owners just abandon the vessels and their crew.
While the dark fleet may be out of opportunities in Venezuela, it could still operate globally to move Iranian and Russian oil. But some analysts say the Trump administration has created a playbook that other countries can adopt.
I think the tolerance for the dark fleet is particularly low now. So there could be a lot of changes in early 2026 about how Western governments want to deal with it.
Well, Russia seems like they're getting cornered now by the U.S.
U.S. Special Forces are...
So they're cutting off their oil supplies, and apparently there's special forces, U.S. Special Forces in Russia,
conducting a black ops sabotage campaign deep behind Russia's lines. A new report from The Telegraph just revealed that since June 2025, CIA operatives are now following a much more aggressive strategy than the public previously knew about, coordinating operations deep inside Russia. Russian agents have been waging a hybrid war against Europe for the past few years, and now it appears the West is striking back. Today, I'm going to show you what targets are already being hit and what happens when one of these operations goes wrong. We're just now learning that when the...
I think my favorite apple is either Pink Lady or Sweet Tango, but those are my two favorite.
Russian military launched their full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. In response, the CIA partnered with their NATO allies to activate sleeper cells that were already inside Russia. These agents began collecting intelligence on the war effort from behind the lines. According to authors Jack Murphy and Tim Weiner's reporting, the double agents had stashed explosives and weapons inside Russia more than a decade earlier after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Since the 1990s, early 2000s, the CIA's Moscow station had built up an elaborate stay-behind network of spies that we previously didn't know about. From Tim Weiner's book, Great Book, The Mission, the CIA's elite team of paramilitary officers, Brown Branch, trained these operatives at bases inside Germany and Poland before sending them into Russia. They were given the job of evading Russia's FSB Internal Security Service. These agents lived seemingly normal lives among the Russian populace thanks to elaborate cover stories and forged documents. We've long known about Russian sleeper agents inside the United States and inside Europe. The KGB has famously flipped some officers at the top level.
Breakfast Tardo to Nutellers. In reference to a debate between vegan gains and breakfast tacos about veganism, animal rights, breakfast tacos claimed it was disanalogous, but couldn't elaborate why to compare the same actions done to humans as to non-human sentient beings. Yeah, he's a retard. He's a lying retard. Fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Of the U.S. intelligence community, and those have been given prison sentences for it. Oftentimes, the only reason we know about these Russian spies are because of the high-profile prisoner swaps. But what fascinates me about this is how we're learning about Western sleeper agents inside Russia for the first time. Within weeks of the invasion, mysterious explosions started happening inside Russia. There were fires and industrial quote-unquote accidents. Accidents according to local media, but these suspicious sabotage actions always plagued the Russian side and made their supply shortages even worse, curiously. Key rail bridges, fuel depots, and power plants all suspiciously got blown up early in the war. Since then, it's only doubled down. I've scoured Russian sources, Russian language media, from their state media to their mill blogger accounts on Telegram for recent reports. These here, and here, these are different sabotage incidents that I found from 2025 to today. Russia has an entire roving patrol across the country that now searches for sabotage teams. And we know what can happen when these high-risk missions go awry. According to sources who spoke to Jack Murphy of the High Side, one time 2 separate sleeper cells compromised each other while casing the same target. They accidentally gave away each other's position, and a fierce firefight broke out with Russian authorities. It resulted in the death of one agent and the capture of another. And there were a few occasions where roads and railways were cut, and that blocked a separate team trying to get to their target. The CIA was forced to create a deconfliction process to keep track of all these different teams and their targets inside Russia to avoid further incidents like this. But the best intelligence comes from, quote, the elite level teams that we have the best relationships with are almost always given air surveillance support for major sabotage ops. Drones we don't even know about yet are loitering all over the Ukrainian and Russian airspace, end quote. What's interesting is how Western media does the same thing and reports that highlight links to Russia's GRU and SVR in attacks across Europe. The reason we're seeing this now is because since at least 2014, there have been increasing incidents of Russian GRU agents conducting.
He's live now.
A deductive, if from what I said, a deductive argument could be logically possible. It just doesn't mean that every single thing you can see
you would have the
is
problem
automatically
of
logically impossible. So that would mean then that if my deductive argument, you could say,
yeah, he's dumb. He's not worth debating. He's just too dishonest. Thanks for the donation, though, Breakfast Tardo.
A covert campaign against the US and Europe. Moscow spies have blown up rail lines in Poland, burned down warehouses with aid to Ukraine, poisoned dissidents in the open, tried to assassinate heads of defense companies, and attempted to blow up packages on a flight. That's just a few of the missions that Russia's covertly been responsible for. What we're seeing here from the outside looking in, I think, is a ramping up of this hybrid war. But before we get into that, I use this episode's sponsor, Ground News, to research this breaking story because it's the best tool to stay objective with my reporting. Operatives in country in Russia to provide a crucial layer of plausible deniability for the US. In response to the wave of suspicious explosions and accidents behind Russian lines, CIA Director of Public Affairs Tammy Thorpe said, quote, the allegations that CIA is somehow supporting saboteur networks in Russia is categorically false, end quote. However, Title 50 of U.S. Code states the CIA can legally lie to the American public or whoever else to preserve operational integrity. So long as they keep congressional leaders properly briefed, it's all above board by U.S. standards. After Russia annexed Crimea in 2014 and then allegedly interfered in the 2016 US election, that's when the NSA started working with the relatively new US Cyber Command on a fail-safe solution. They began planting cyber weapons in Russia's critical infrastructure. These can then be activated at a later date to shut down critical services from power to water, similar to the type of cyber weapons we saw used against Iran and Venezuela most recently. You might think the Russian government would be highlighting these missions, but counterintuitively, Moscow's actually actively tried to hide any evidence that Western agents are running amok in their backlines. Without many arrests to show progress, such a revelation would only weaken morale. When 20 people were killed when a Russian Aerospace Defense Forces Institute building burned to the ground in April 2022, the TASS state-run media company blamed the fire on old faulty wiring. If they suspected foul play, they didn't mention any of it to the public. The intelligence that these undercover officers collected can be more important than the bombs. John Ratcliffe, the new CIA director, gave his philosophy of these gray operations, saying he believed
Soulstone, don't you tell us, do you agree that Netanyahu has effectively turned Israel into a pariah state akin to Iran, North Korea, Cuba? No. That's retarded.
That warrantless collection was an indispensable national security tool, and said that broader collection under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act accounted for more than half of the actionable intelligence. The US intelligence community correctly predicted that the Russian invasion would happen almost to the day, and they provided detailed war plans to Ukraine and the rest of Europe leading up to the invasion, while most around the world were skeptical and unwilling to accept that a major war was about to kick off. It's also why reports indicate that the Stay Behind network was able to activate even days prior to the invasion because they knew what was about to happen. Exactly how the United States got such detailed intelligence from right under the noses of Russia's security apparatus is, of course, a closely guarded secret, but it reveals the level to which they've penetrated the Russian government. Former CIA paramilitary officer Mick Mulroy said, "I do not know who is behind these attacks, but their value is substantial and serves multiple purposes. Russia has had a significant problem keeping up with its logistical supply lines. These attacks further complicate its efforts to supply its forces," end quote. Since then, covert action by America and Russia against one another has only escalated. Since then, NATO generals have openly started talking about preemptive strikes against Russia in retaliation, and it appears the first step is the US intelligence community was authorized to hit back. And the first indication of this came in 2024, when Ukraine's long-range drone strikes against Russian oil refineries were starting to run into a significant problem. A majority of the Ukrainian munitions were being intercepted, shot down, or zapped by Russian electronic warfare before they even got to their targets. And when Kiev did manage to hit the oil refineries, they weren't sure the extent of the damage they did, which makes follow-up attacks more difficult to plan. Worse yet, they weren't sure where to even aim to deal the most damage. This meant prior to this summer, Russia was able to easily repair the refineries after each wave of attack within just a matter of days. Then, starting in summer 2025, CIA officers were surprisingly authorized to help tip the scales. And the way they did it was they spent months poring over and analyzing schematics of Russian refineries. They looked at every blueprint looking for something specific, trying to find a vulnerable, difficult to replace part. And that's when an expert analyst with a touch of the oil refinery TISM found a precision machine coupler that is incredibly difficult to replace, because sanctions on that part make it extremely hard for the Russian companies to come by. The piece of hardware is so sensitive that it's described as an oil refinery's quote-unquote Achilles heel. The Death Star vent shaft, if you will. Open source public facing reports that you or I can access won't describe it in any more detail than that. Yes, most Jack Ryan's spy work is just reading through hundreds of pages of oil refinery parts and compliance sheets before you get to actually blow anything up. According to officials who spoke to the Telegraph, CIA officers partnered with and helped guide Ukrainian drone operators on how to fly their strike package in a way that would avoid Russian air defense systems. Then, American intelligence provided key-specific live battle damage reports. But the pressure wasn't enough. So beginning in October 2025, the US military began providing Ukraine with new intelligence, but this time for missile strikes to hit those refineries deep inside Russia. Almost immediately after this, we started seeing reports of precision UK-provided Storm Shadow missiles and other long-range munitions hitting Russian oil refineries in vulnerable locations. Repairs were quickly becoming more difficult to sustain. This is the unsexy side of modern warfare. It's spreadsheets generated from satellites that are more lethal than sending artillery sometimes. But every tit has its tat, because at the same time, we started observing the first evidence that the Chinese Communist Party is providing the same type of satellite targeting data, but to Russian units, to help them hit Ukrainian troops and buildings. This is when American intelligence went into overdrive. Ukrainian long-range missile strikes against those Russian oil refineries became a lot more surgical and destructive virtually overnight. By late October, analysts estimated that the Ukrainians had destroyed over 38% of Russia's oil refining capacity. This is why you started hearing in the news a bunch of reports about how there was suddenly a domestic fuel crisis inside Russia. It's still going on today, where you see Russians queuing up in long lines for gas. These combined actions of better
Dodo Nutellers, yeah, all of that so far was under Biden, under Trump. He cut intelligence briefings to Ukraine. What an asshole. He is compromised. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. People, Nutellers, who would win in a match of foosball table soccer between you and Destiny? I think I would win. Thanks for the donation, people.
Weapons and better American intelligence put Russian oil refineries out of action for months instead of just days. But no single operation is a silver bullet that will end the war. This is a high-pressure campaign that the US, Europe, Ukraine, Russia, and China appear to be playing against each other. What we know from US officials is that the US intelligence community has had intelligence drones over Ukraine, helping provide targeting data on Russian infantry position for years. But those attacks near the front line weren't having the kind of operational impact that was needed. According to new, widely available reports from Bloomberg and Reuters, this is just the tip of the iceberg. It gets much deeper than that, because starting in late November 2025, the White House started authorizing the CIA to share targeting information on Russia's sanctioned shadow fleet of oil tankers for the first time ever. This is the strategic logistics network that keeps Russia's war funding afloat. The head of the American intelligence agency, John Ratcliffe, said, quote, "We will collect intelligence, especially human intelligence, in every corner of the globe, no matter how dark or difficult," end quote. Ukraine was given precise locations and tracking intelligence on the fleet, a level of detail that only American Space Command is able to provide.
Yeah, I've been to an ice rink that had that dome hockey game.
What happened next is Ukrainian Sea Baby attack munitions were launched from small ships at sea. The quasi-autonomous torpedoes then hunted Russian oil tankers outside the Black Sea for the first time ever. In fact, 5 Shadow Fleet tankers have already been hit since 2025, and the US on top of that captured another 5 tankers, with Europe capturing 3 more. The crazy thing is, 1 Shadow Fleet tanker was even as far off as the West African coast, a level of power projection that we have never seen before. Why does all of this matter? For all the money that crosses over the seas every year, shipping companies are skittish beasts. The sudden threat has already resulted in causing one major shipping company in Turkey to cut their losses and stop working with Moscow altogether. This has an impact on the Kremlin's war funding. As a major oil and natural gas exporter, the reduction in refining capacity means dramatically reduced funding for the Russian government and military, as much as $24 billion a year in lost profits, according to US intelligence reports. But so far, these efforts have failed to cause the major crack, the operational destruction that they're looking for. What does that mean comes next? There is now a notable change in tone. Sharing all this new information with Ukraine represents a major shift in US strategy that we're seeing. Because before mid-2025, the US government actually discouraged Ukraine from damaging Russia's oil infrastructure, so it wouldn't disrupt the world's oil markets too much. Insiders told The Telegraph that the US government was growing frustrated at Putin's repeated bait and switch tactics during ceasefire negotiations throughout the past year. They got the vibe that Putin was uninterested in ending the war. And according to their thinking, if enough damage is able to be inflicted on Russia's oil industry, it would force the Russian side to come to the table in good faith. Whether that was the actual reasoning or not, coordinated Ukrainian missile strikes is just the tip of the iceberg. The major shift has a name attached to it. John Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe is the new head of the CIA, arguably the most ruthless and top intelligence agency in the world. Surprisingly, he's not your traditional CIA director, because he's a former federal prosecutor instead of a career case
Hello there. Hmm. Wow. That's a beautiful baby. Huh? What a handsome boy. Yeah, you're so handsome.
Case officer. He came into the job with a very clear belief about how intelligence works and who it's for. And in his words, intelligence is about more than just warning policymakers after the fact. He's gone on record saying it should be used to shape the battlefield before the first shot is fired. This shift in philosophy explains the new approach that we're seeing. In public remarks during congressional testimony, he's gone on record saying, quote, Russia is the single greatest threat to U.S. national security short of nuclear war. Ratcliffe has argued that publicly that risk avoidance became a liability after 2016, and this puts us into the headspace and the philosophy of the new CIA operations, because under Ratcliffe, the intelligence community's posture changed to be more assertive around the nation's focus on delivering analysis. He said they will be, quote, going places no one else can go, and doing this has moved from deterrence.
Well, hopefully Russia keeps getting slapped.
And now for possibly the most important news of the year so far, as scientists have discovered that cows can use tools. Specifically, a pet cow who lives in Austria, named Veronica, has been found to be capable of flexibly using a multi-purpose tool. Veronica was observed using a broom to scratch herself, picking it up in her mouth using her tongue. Researchers wanted to investigate the extent of Veronica's tool use, so they visited the farm where she lives and conducted a series of randomized trials, placing the broom in front of Veronica in different orientations. They found that she preferred using the brush end when scratching her upper body, but switched the handle end when scratching her lower body around more sensitive areas. She also appeared to anticipate the need to adjust her grip. The researchers therefore concluded that she was demonstrating goal-directed, context-sensitive tooling, adapting her tool use depending on what she wanted to achieve. Such adaptive deployment of tools has not previously been reported in non-primate mammals, suggesting that we have underestimated the cognitive capabilities of cattle and likely other livestock species, which
Isn't that amazing?
the authors explain are subjected to persistent mind denial biases associated with meat consumption, essentially people not wanting to know that these livestock species are thinking intelligent beings.
Look how beautiful that cow is.
As the authors of this paper also point out, the idea of cows using tools was famously illustrated by Gary Larson in a Far Side cartoon. Clearly, Gary knew something was up. This
Goddamn right. Got a kitty here.
There's been a lot of different video games that have gotten the title of worst game of all time. One that comes to mind is E.T. for the Atari 2600. Released in December of 1982, the game was such a disaster that some held E.T. singularly responsible for the crash of the American video game industry in 1983, taking up space in warehouses and eventually a landfill in New Mexico. In reality, though, the game was the victim of a lot of external factors, and you'll see comments around from people who played the game as kids and actually enjoyed it a lot, far from the actual worst game. Another commonly lampooned title is Superman 64. Also a victim of outside circumstances, this might actually be the worst game of all time. Your mind probably immediately goes to those godforsaken rings, which became a bit more of a meme around the time of its release. Originally intended just for a tutorial thing to get used to the game's horrible controls, the rings became a core gameplay element as almost anything remotely interesting they'd have Superman do. The developers are told Superman wouldn't do that, but then halfway through development of this game, which was originally inspired by Tomb Raider,
Extreme Cheapskates, is that a TLC show? Because if it's TLC, we can't really watch much of it because it's going to copyright the stream and it'll take the stream down.
They were told that the game should be like SimCity and Superman should be the mayor of Metropolis because, that's something Superman would do. The end result was a textureless, featureless, boring game with bad controls, ironically in some ways making it resemble a 3D version of the average Atari game. And then we got the reason we're actually here today, Shaq Fu. Released in 1994, it's an infamous game for many reasons, and in a lot of ways, it's a foundational video game in early internet culture. This game, while nowhere near as bad as any of these other titles, would get memed into being thought of as one of the worst games of all time. So much so that there came to be an organization dedicated to ridding the world of this game's evil, one cartridge at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of the Shaq Fu Liberation Front.
Please watch this. Donate $2. Let me see. Yeah, that's fucked up. Thanks for the donation. Please watch this.
This video is sponsored by Helix. You spend a third of your life in bed, so why settle for anything less than the best? That's where Helix comes in. Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding custom fit to your needs and shipped right to your door with free shipping in the US. Everyone sleeps differently, so Helix has you take a sleep quiz to determine which of their 20 unique mattresses works for you. I'm a side sleeper, so Helix set me up with their Sunset mattress. Comes rolled up in a box and it's easy to set up. If you want to upgrade your mattress but you're not ready for a whole new one yet, Helix also offers a line of mattress toppers. You can use them to upgrade the comfort and extend the life of an older mattress. And they also come with Helix 7% off site-wide. For those of you who weren't there, it really can't be understated how big of a deal Shaq was in the early to mid 90s. He was a movie star, the face of Taco Bell, the face of Pepsi. I remember one time in school we got this worksheet and it had a section about Shaq where they called him the Shaq. And spelled it like he was in your backyard made out of wooden planks. So naturally, he would join the ranks of Home Improvement, Lawnmower Man, and Fido Dido in getting his own licensed video game. You might expect this to be a basketball game, like Barkley's Shut Up and Jam, which was released earlier that year in 1994. And originally, Shaq Fu was supposed to be a basketball game. But then in early development, Shaq became a fan of Mortal Kombat and decided that he wanted a fighting game of his own. Thus, Shaq Fu as we know it was born. Although it would eventually get a reputation as one of the worst games of all time, and it was by no means a great game, I actually did kind of enjoy it. I'd gotten it for Christmas that year, bundled with what would be the first CD I ever owned in my life, a sampler of Shaq's upcoming album named Shaq Fu The Return. Funny enough, the kanji on the cover of the Shaq Fu album, while pronounced Fu, was not the right symbol for the martial art he was referencing, which honestly might have been kinda fitting, looking at the strange mishmash of cultural inaccuracies you'd see in the game Shaq Fu. The game itself had some issues with the controls. Movement was way too slow, but the jumps were super floaty and weird, making it a chore to safely get close.
Dodo Nutellers, Dr. Avi would say that fisherman is vegan because those fish are carnivores. Not necessarily. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Enough to your opponent to do damage, but it wasn't unplayable and I've definitely played worse. And when you're a kid before emulation or Steam sales, you're basically going to play the fuck out of whatever games you have. I mean, I put hours into the hunt for Red October on NES, so Shaq Fu is no problem. And for what it's worth, the game actually did have some really nice animation for the time. Nevertheless, the legacy of Shaq Fu hate would carry on from the pages of EGM and make its way onto the early internet, where it was widely considered one of, if not the worst game of all time. Yet there are a lot of people who had experiences with it that were similar to mine. And when you see that the universal opinion is going one way that you don't necessarily agree with, some people get a compulsion to go all the way to the other extreme, even if it's a bit of an exaggeration. This takes us to GameFAQs, which would become the home of a group called the Shaq Fu Alliance. So GameFAQs at one point was the heart of internet gaming culture. Even to this day, it's notable in that it has content for basically every single video game that has ever existed, including full guides, sometimes even for games that were never officially released. Another notable feature is that each of these games has its own forum. And if a game's forum was particularly dead, such as basically every game released before the invention of the site, a group with enough motivation could take over the forum for themselves. A mini online colony of sorts. And in 2002, that was precisely what happened to Shaq Fu. As the users found their way to the GameFAQs Shaq Fu forum, many would become members of the Shaq Fu Alliance. And the Alliance would soon become a nuisance throughout the wider GameFAQs forums, trolling other games boards while spreading the gospel of Shaq Fu. To many, though, it was unclear whether or not these people actually liked Shaq Fu or if they were just being ironic. Although pretty much all of the posts pertaining to the early days of the group have been lost to time, a retrospective by Stephen Wright for the website Uppercut shines some light on the matter. In the article, he speaks to a former member named Cold Spy. Cold Spy had bought a collection of old Genesis games from eBay, which wound up including several copies of Shaq Fu. So he goes online trying to figure out how to play this incredibly obtuse fighting game. Of course, he quickly finds himself on GameFAQs, as you likely would at that time. This also meant that he would come across the Shaq Fu Alliance, and he quickly joined their ranks. He describes some of the early goings-on of the group to Steven. While there were some social boards like Lou, there weren't groups like the SFA. We were committed. The board was active, we put SFA in our signatures, we invaded boards before they banned us, we got modded a lot.
Soul Try Donateller's thoughts on this. Israeli bullets found inside bodies of Iranian children killed in riots. Yeah, so this is probably just complete and utter nonsense. how was this determined to be Israeli bullets? So there's just nonsense. So no evidence, just, yeah, trust me, bro. Yeah, that's disinformation. Thanks for the donation.
Organization delighted in coining its own bizarre mythology and slang, vaulting Shaquille O'Neal himself to the status of a deity, and cursing the late Kobe Bryant as their ultimate nemesis. To be clear, Bryant does not appear in Shaq Fu. The game's release predates his NBA career. Anyone who questioned the undying excellence of the game were called Keys and Fistonites, unfortunate thralls of the evil Bryant. While there was certainly a strain of irony to the whole performance, Cold Spy recalls that the SFA's most devoted members actually did play the game quite a lot, and resented the harsh treatment that critics and casual players had hoisted upon it. For many it was ironic, but most of us played the game, he said. Also, Shaq was the biggest sports star in the world back then, so I'm sure plenty of members were fans of his. We weren't trying to make fun of the game through intemperate praise. The group and the game went hand in hand. Even if the game wasn't a 10 out of 10, it spawned the SFA, which we all enjoyed. It was like Rocky Horror Picture Show. The movie isn't great, and fans of it don't just watch it on a Tuesday night, but it spawned the whole culture, and you can't separate the movie from the midnight showings and dressing up. Of course, while the Shaq Fu Alliance was great fun for its members, it obviously drew a lot of ire from outsiders. Although much of the early hate of the group is also long gone, I did manage to find this beautifully Web 1.0 tripod site that made mention of it, Darian's World, belonging to a then 18-year-old GameFAQs poster named Darian Wild, a self-described internet troll who is also very nice and polite. It includes sections like, which is better, Wendy's or McDonald's, in which he argues the superiority of Wendy's against his sister Jen, who prefers McDonald's. There's also a list of the hottest celebrities, topped out by Sarah Thompson, Jamie Lynn Sigler, and Jennifer Love Hewitt. Based on these pics, you could tell what time this was made even if you didn't already know. There's also an autobiographical section called The Legend of Omega Lionheart. A bit of a tangent, but it also gives us a little insight into the kind of world that the Shaq Fu Alliance was entrenched in. The legend of Omega Lionheart spans throughout the internet. Yes, I know that sounds incredibly overdramatic, but I'm an egomaniac. It all started on GameFAQs, and since then has become so much more. I first started using the internet when I was about 15 or so. Actually, when I was 14, I think. I am a reactions person, as I've said many times before. So of course it fascinated me that people could be angered so easily over the internet. After my first few bannings, I was hooked. And as time progressed, I got better and better at what I did, eventually almost never getting modded with the help of some other users who taught me how to troll without trolling. Not never break the TOS while still inciting flames. And of course, the reason we're on this site, he's also got a list of his enemies, accompanied by pictures of what the author imagines they look like. His enemies include rival trolls, various GameFAQs mods, and of course, the Shaq Fu Alliance. The specific members named being Evil Zach, Pluto Nash, Who Cares, and DJ Skittles. The SFA, Shaq Fu Alliance, for the majority of the world who doesn't know, is a bunch of pre-adolescents from GameFAQs that join together to pretend to like this shitty game that none of them has ever played. I troll them for no other reason.
Oh, that video's about Darian Wild?
Reason then because I think they're pathetic, and because I want them to get up and do something with their lives, rather than staring at the computer all day. You can go to their board here and see for yourselves how truly sad it is. At the same time, it's fun trolling them, so whatever. Although this is just one guy's opinion, it's not hard to imagine that most of the people who weren't a part of the group viewed them this way. Of course, while Shaq Fu had pockets of defenders, the overwhelming online sentiment was that this was a horrible game. So horrible that to some, it was evil and needed to be purged entirely from existence. So in 2005, a Shaq Fu hater named Saad Sadi registered the domain shaqfu.com and used it to create the online outpost of the Shaq Liberation Front, an organization whose goal was to obtain every single copy of Shaq Fu and destroy it. The organization had a mission statement. Picture this, 1994. The United States was slowly moving toward the economic boom of the late 90s. It was the beginning of a golden age that would be remembered for years. At the same time, a young, powerful basketball player was in his second year of the NBA. He was becoming an instant star and served as the savior of the ailing Orlando Magic. Shaquille O'Neal. At the time, people wanted to see more Shaq. They loved Shaq so much that they would do anything Shaq told them to. Shaq went on to begin his merchandising in an effort to please the needs of the people. He decided to rap, releasing the album called Shaq Fu. At the time, people really enjoyed it. Shaq was a big star, and just him on the stage made them giddy. He also created a video game called Shaq Fu. People enjoyed it. GamePro magazine gave the game a 4.5 overall. Riding on this high, Shaq went on to create the movies Kazam and Steel. Everything was going well for Shaq. The people loved him, and Shaq loved the people. Now skip to this year. The economic boom is over, and the United States is bitter and cynical. Shaquille O'Neal is no longer worshipped by the people. In fact,
Dodo Nutellers, did I send you this one? I know I sent you at least 6 of her weddings, but this one I forgot.
This is everything I ate at my traditional wedding that was 100% vegan. This was literally the first Indian wedding in Singapore that's completely plant-based, and Basil Kitchen made it happen. For breakfast, we served vade, mihun, idiyappam, vada curry, 2 different types of chutneys, sugar, and coconut milk. For lunch, we served an entire feast starting with Hyderabadi mutton biryani, vegan of course, stir-fried Maggi goreng, dal cha, which is a lentil-based stew, tofu sambal, our absolute favorite, gobi manchurian, Mysore mutton, and pepper fish that tasted absolutely insane. We additionally had 2 live stations. The first station served hot and crispy okra fries, and the other stand served fresh pani puris with potato and spiced water. These were definitely non-negotiables for us. We also had to serve aplam as well as several desserts like vegan brownies, pulu hitam, gula melaka sago, but we only got to eat everything towards the end. But God, were we starving, and every dish tasted on point. We also received many compliments about the food, so I'm glad that we were able to throw a fully vegan feast even when people...
What is this wedding stuff? It's really weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Very few people still pay attention to the NBA. Looking back, the citizens of the USA realize how awful some of Shaq's accomplishments really were. Sure, Shaq rapped, but was it really that good? Nah, the people say no. The movies Kazam and Steel have lost their luster. They are now considered some of the worst, hokiest movies ever to defile the screen. And then, there's Shaq Fu the video game. Shaq probably has forgotten he ever created this game. Shaq Fu has to be the worst fighting game in the history of fighting games. In 1984, America could buy it. America thought it was alright, and America could tolerate it. Well, America. Tolerate it no more. It is time for us to make up for the mistakes of the past. It is time for us to fight back against the mindless merchandising. So how do we do this? ShaqFu.com's mission is to liberate all the copies of Shaq Fu from existence by buying them from anyone who owns the game, including local console retailers, eBay merchants, normal citizens, and the like. Here are the reasons why this is important. You prevent other generations from feeling the corruption of this game and its evil. You clear up the enormous copies of Shaq Fu lying on the shelves in used console game stores. By doing so, you remove it from public display so that people will not be reminded of the game's existence. Purchasing many copies of the game shifts the demand schedule, consequently raising its price. Even though it costs you more money, it reduces the incentive for a non-liberator to buy the game, a worthwhile sacrifice. By getting it from another person, you remove the burden and embarrassment they feel. The reasons go on and on. Shaq Fu must be eliminated for everyone to feel at peace. This website discusses the methods of how to obtain copies and how to dispose and or make use of the copies obtained. It also serves as the front line for the Shaq Fu Liberation Front. Here, you'll be able to obtain current numbers of Shaq Fu copies liberated, as well as membership for the Shaq Fu Liberation Front. With your help, we may be able to obtain a Shaq Fu free world for our children to grow up in. Join today and help our cause. Of course, they also accepted donations in order to help them buy up all these copies of Shaq Fu, and a lot of readers would in fact obtain copies that they would destroy themselves. But the Shaq Fu Liberation Front would also receive their fair share of hate mail. You get people saying that their mission will fail because they will never surrender their copy of Shaq Fu. Others say, the game's not so bad, why are you being so harsh? And then a reader named Brian XL felt the need to debunk their mission statement point by point. What are we to understand about such statements? It seems that this entire paragraph is based solely on opinion and backed by absolutely no evidence of any kind. What surveys do we have to show the general population as bitter and cynical? Where are the ratings that indicate no one pays attention to the NBA? When have the citizens of the USA looked back and had the revelation that Shaq's accomplishments weren't really that great? Where do the people say no, Shaq's rapping was not really that good? Kazam and Steel have lost their luster? Or is it you has become dependent on the greater provisions of modern media? All this leads one to wonder how it is that you are so privy to the mind of America. How is it that you can speak so boldly, making such rash and severe claims about an entire nation? This reader also compares the group to the Nazis, and he says that personally he would be honored to own such a disgusting piece of history. I would ask you to reconsider your destruction of Shaq Fu. Let us not fall into the same liberating tactics of the Holy Wars, and burn everything for what we perceive as worthless. The email, like the website itself, is clearly very tongue-in-cheek, a case of trolls trolling trolls. Nevertheless, the Shaq Fu Liberations Front influence grew. And then in 2009, another group was formed to stand in opposition to them. Save Shaq Fu, created by AJ and Drac. On their site, you're greeted by a table full of rescued copies of Shaq Fu that resemble one of those police drug bust photos. Although never directly calling out the Shaq Fu Liberation Front, they make cheeky reference to it as other websites, the wrong individuals, or some groups who are hellbent on the destruction of Shaq Fu. This organization contended that owning more copies of Shaq Fu will actually make you happier. Why are they so passionate about Shaq Fu? The author shares a story about why Shaq Fu is so near and dear to their heart. These lands we live in often give birth to life and destruction. This, my friends, is the tale of life, the tale of saving, if you will. Let me take you back to a harsher time in this world, a time riddled with chaos and misdeeds, a time of the destruction of Shaq Fu. In the far-off time of 2008, there is a man spoken of only in legend. His name was Joseph, and he was the bearer of gifts. One chill autumn night, when Halloween was on the eve's prowl, people gathered to venture to unknown lands filled with ghosts, ghouls, and gremlins. A haunted trail. A man brimming full of energy and vigor gathered a crew, people strong enough to take on this challenge. his double, his companion.
How old is Gummy and what's the most annoying thing he's done on stream?
He is a little over 2 years old now, and I think the most annoying thing he's ever done on stream was unplug my camera. Thanks for the donation though, Rack.
His best bro was set to be joining, Tyler, a man of great stature who would have his life changed on that fateful night. He entered the car, astonished that Joe was not there to partake in the adventure, and spoke of this with a voice full of sadness. However, after about a 20-minute drive, this is where you, the true hero, comes in. If you are reading this, you have surely come to the right place. We'll rescue Shaq Fu's is documented on a page called The Shaqalog, and a Game Boy version which I didn't even know existed. Of course, by the very nature of Save Shaq Fu existing, the Shaq Fu Liberation Front could never complete its mission, and thus it would lie dormant for years. That was until 2014. It was then that a sequel to Shaq Fu was announced. Shaq Fu, A Legend Reborn. An Indiegogo campaign was launched. In the campaign trailer, Shaq basically says that Shaq Fu sucked and he wants a chance to make something good.
To all the listeners, not gonna be like that last Shaq Fu. Forget that out your head. Open your head up, take it out and throw it away. This new one, top of the line.
This one would be a beat 'em up with destructible environments and all kinds of bells and whistles. The Shaq Fu Liberation Front was not pleased, and they viewed the announcement of this game as, quote, an act of aggression. Because of this, they were coaxed from their slumber to release a declaration of opposition. In the declaration, there's a list of demands. Number 1, immediately cease and desist from developing Shaq Fu, A Legend Reborn. Number 2, publicly issue a formal apology. This formal apology must come from Shaquille O'Neal and Big D's Productions. Both must apologize to the funders who naively donated to Indiegogo without fully understanding the ramifications of releasing this game. They must also release a mea culpa for all prior development of Shaquille O'Neal related intellectual property and negative impact it has had on the global conscience. Number 3, they must stop using the motto, this time we won't foo it up, and acknowledge that the reason that Shaq Fu was so terrible was not the foo, it was the Shaq. Number 4, destroy all materials used in the development of the game Shaq Fu, A Legend Reborn, including know-how, show-how, concepts, or with others, allowing for the development of stretch goals, including a DLC entitled Barack Fu, The Adventures of Dirty Barry, which features a similar but legally distinct version of Barack Obama.
Can't you stay, sugar?
Sorry, baby. Barack Daddy's work.
Dodo $92. Wow, Joe Rogan is stupid, but we already know that. Also, what game are we playing tonight? Beyond Two Souls.
Judaism. You mentioned earlier Judaism. Do you know how many Jews there are in the world? Not 12. To put you on the spot. 12 what?
No, I don't know. I'm just taking a guess.
You want to take just not to put you on the spot.
Okay, let me think.
How many?
There's 7 billion people in the world.
Yes.
I would guess there would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 billion Jews.
1 billion. Jamie, you want to take
maybe
a crack?
500 million. Maybe I'm gonna take a very conservative guess. I'm gonna change it to 500 million.
I'm so glad that we did this. You're going to be shocked.
How many?
There's somewhere between 13 to 15 million Jews.
Oh,
that's more than that in New York.
No.
You're out of your fucking mind.
No, just look it up.
Shut the mic off. This guy's talking crazy. He's an agent.
I'm a Zionist shill. Let Jamie now do his little Google magic.
13 to 15 million? That's
13
crazy.
to 15 million.
There's more idiots in America than there are Jews.
And that's only in Arkansas. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, guys, I'm just joking.
Is that really it?
Yeah.
Well, think about how many Nobel Prize winners are Jews.
I think 25 to 30%.
It's incredible.
Right. And that, by the way, some people will say there's a genetic element, but even if...
Here we go. What do we got? 14,200,000
Did I just
Jewish
say between
people in the
13 and
world.
15 million?
That's insane.
Always perfectly accurate.
What is the enlarged? What does that mean? Okay, so the world, the largest number possible is 20 million. You know, that's like given...
I've never seen 20 million. It's usually the highest I've seen is 16 million.
It says core Jewish and enlarged Jewish. What is that? Like dudes who get converted because their wife makes them?
I don't know.
My uncle did that.
But by strict conversion laws, that would not be allowed. You're not allowed to convert for ulterior motives.
What ulterior motives? He wanted to become a Jew.
No, it has to be spiritual. It's a spiritual awakening.
Well, he went through the whole process. He went.
Yeah, Joe Rogan's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's never done. The game would be released in 2018. And honestly, despite the fact that I actually had this game, I got it for free from Amazon. I still haven't played it, so I can't say if it's any good or not. Although the website of the Shaq Fu Liberation Front remains active to this day, they have not yet responded to Shaquille O'Neal's further acts of aggression. So for now, that's the story of the Shaq Fu Liberation Front. If you like this video, turn on notifications.
Share the admin.
You're in the cinema, about to watch yet another sequel to a forgotten franchise nobody asked for. You're getting popcorn and a drink to drown out your Jared Leto-induced sorrow with a sugar rush. You pay and they hand you a cup. Then you see it, glowing red and chrome, the Coca-Cola Freestyle Fountain. Here, you can choose between over 100 different flavors. Cherry Vanilla Coke, Peach Sprite, maybe you'll go crazy and mix Fanta with Powerade, or maybe you just pick a classic. But this machine is way more than just a soda fountain. It's not just serving you a drink, it tracks everything you do. And while you're picking your favorite flavor, it's quietly collecting data. Data that turns customers into test subjects. Data that Coke will profit from tremendously. The Coca-Cola Company is said to have invested more than $1 billion in this machine, but they're very likely turning its capabilities into much, much bigger savings and profits. Today, we're diving into how a drink dispenser became a global lab and what role you play in all of this. The Coca-Cola Company is one of the biggest beverage producers on the planet. The conglomerate controls almost half of the global soda market, making billions in revenue every year. And one important way they sold their many drinks has long been soda fountains. In the olden days, ordering a soft drink would work like this. You'd walk up to the counter, place your order, and someone would pour your drink into a cup. Then self-service fountains arrived. Now you could fill your own cup at your own discretion. When you were a kid, this fountain was
Apparently, those are really gross and loaded with bacteria.
Everything. You can mix yourself something truly undrinkable.
You.
However, in 2006, Coca-Cola and other beverage makers noticed something worrying. For the first time since 1985, the sales volume of carbonated beverages had declined. People started to focus more on their health and well-being. They were increasingly looking for sugar-free drinks and low-calorie options. But Coke's fountains just weren't ready for that. At that time, only about 1% of all Coke fountains in the US even offered Diet Coke. Meanwhile, the choice of sodas at convenience stores had increased dramatically. Rows and rows packed with hundreds of bottles and cans. But Coke fountains were stuck with the same limited run-up of kind of boring standard flavors. So they had to come up with an idea that would change everything. The Freestyle fountain's design is interesting. The red, the chrome, the sculpted lines. It kind of looks like it wants to become a Ferrari when it grows up. And that's not a coincidence. It was developed with Pininfarina, the legendary Italian design house that shaped the curves of Ferrari itself.
Weird.
You slide your cup under the dispenser. Now comes the fun part. You see dozens of bubbles on the screen in front of you. Each bubble is labeled with a different drink. Mezzomix, Coca-Cola, Powerade, Lift, Fused Tea, and Kinley. In total, you could choose over 100 drinks. Back when you were a kid, this would have been impossible. Restaurants used massive 19-liter syrup canisters for every single drink option. Nowadays, all these flavors fit into just about 30 tiny cartridges. The cartridge design is inspired by medical tech, where precise dosing is critical. Just as insulin pumps deliver exact amounts of medication almost drop by drop, the Freestyle system carefully meters syrup and carbonated water for each pour. In theory, every pour is perfectly measured, drop by drop, turning your drink into a precise masterpiece. But Coke from a Freestyle fountain actually tends to taste a little different from the one you buy in the supermarket. In contrast to the old canister systems that pre-mix syrup and sweetener, Freestyle keeps flavors, sweeteners, and carbonated water separate. Now, when you press the button, the flavor, sugar, and carbonated water are combined on demand. This can make your Coke taste slightly different from other preparations. Staring at the bubbly screen, curiosity kicks in. You came in for your usual, but you gotta admit, some options here are tempting. You tap the
No, I haven't seen one of these.
Powerade bubble, and suddenly a whole lineup appears. Powerade Raspberry, Powerade Lemon, Powerade Strawberry. So many choices. Which one to pick? You even mix a drink that doesn't exist before. You could create your own secret flavor.
Weird.
And won't that make you special? The Freestyle fountain is fun. It lets you explore. It bewilders. It sparks curiosity. It might even provoke play. And that's exactly the point. Coca-Cola doesn't just want to sell you a beverage. It wants you to feel something. This technique is called experience marketing. Right here in front of this machine, you're not just choosing a flavor. You're interacting with the brand. You are literally experiencing it. Every tap, every bubble, Every choice pulls you deeper into the Coca-Cola universe. And that matters, because moments like this make you remember Coke, not just as a drink, but as a feeling. And ideally, it wants you to go home and tell your friends about that insane machine that lets you mix your own Coke and offers that amazing weird new flavor they so gotta try. And Freestyle isn't the only example for Coke's experience marketing. Think about Share a Coke. Different campaign, same idea. And it's all part of Coca-Cola's bigger play.
I drink A&W cream soda.
I haven't had that yet. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy.
Shifting from being just a product brand to an experience brand. Anyways, you ultimately go for a Sprite. You didn't even know Sprite Cherry existed. Time to give it a shot. You press the pour button, then you take a sip. Not half bad. You're not the only one who was curious about Sprite Cherry. All over the world, people have made the exact same choice. Obviously, Coca-Cola didn't offer you this new flavor just for fun. The Freestyle ecosystem is basically a giant testing lab. Every pour, every mix.
Weird.
Every flavor you try feeds into a massive experiment, a sampling program on a global scale. And with this particular new flavor, the experiment actually worked. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. When Coca-Cola launched the Freestyle in 2009, they packed it with cutting-edge technology. Reliable wireless networks like the ones we have today weren't exactly standard, so Coca-Cola built their own. The network they created links every Freestyle machine directly to Coca-Cola's back-end systems, which are managed through SAP software. Think of it as the company's brain. It keeps track of everything happening across all departments in real time. Every single day, over 50,000 Freestyle machines send data back to this brain. They report everything that's going on inside them. Which flavors are being poured, what time of day they are consumed, or how much syrup is left. You might not experiment with your drink choices, but many other people do. That is how Coca-Cola discovered that people really like Coke Orange Vanilla, Sprite Cherry, Sprite Strawberry, and Coke Cherry Vanilla. Some of these flavors started as user creations, combinations people kept mixing again and again at the Freestyle machine. Others, like Coke Orange Vanilla, were developed by Coca-Cola. The more people got these, the stronger the signal became, and what started as a tiny bubble on screen ultimately moved into full production. Sure, you could argue the company might have released these flavors eventually either way, but with Freestyle, those decisions happened faster than before, and might be grounded in better data. But there's more. Before Freestyle, staff had to manually check those giant syrup canisters. They probably used inventory sheets, maybe did a bit of guesswork, and called or emailed Coca-Cola to reorder. Freestyle completely transformed fountain logistics. Every night, the system collects data from this exact machine and figures out how many units of each cartridge needs to be delivered to the cinema. And it's not just based on what you and your friends poured yesterday. Algorithms predict demand and even factor in planned promotions for specific beverages. The system calculates which cartridges need refilling and automatically creates the restocking orders. Those orders are sent straight to the distribution center, and from there, the cartridges are shipped directly to the fountain locations. Every Freestyle machine on the planet is quietly syncing. Think about how smart this is. With Freestyle, Coca-Cola can optimize their entire fountain supply chain, streamline inventory management, make restocks more efficient, and even improve their production schedule. It's probably safe to assume that this alone saves the company.
Noda Iran, Abvalan ham jensmos mislin keshvarjaman nadorim. Dar keshvarmtan in shize bujud nadorum. Dar Iran she in shize aslan vujudi origin nadorum. Hammer dar bori zanon, zan budan junist. Zan beta in mahub koda wanji.
Well, I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam.
Millions and millions of dollars along the way. If even Coca-Cola is tracking your data in real life, you won't be surprised to learn that your data is exposed everywhere, and there's nowhere to hide. Every click, search, go protect yourself.
Yeah, this is interesting. I've never seen any of these machines. I have a cat. I really like cats a lot. I mean, I really like cats. Whenever there's a cat around, they distract me. 'Cause I like 'em so much. Isn't that right, my fuzzy handsome boy? They're just so darn sentient. It's so cuddly and sweet.
Let's get back to Coke's genius machine, because, well, there's more. The data streams don't only report back. Marketers at
Dodo, Donatillers, when does this game come out?
So I wasn't really planning on making another video about this, but last night there was a showcase for Resident Evil Requiem, and I had to make this video for two reasons. The first reason being that this game just looks completely kick-ass and everything the fans want. Be consider subscribing Evil fans 20% just too. The guys in just like have the classic Nintendo.
This guy sounds like a retard and his video's stupid.
This game's like this.
Think in March, so fairly soon. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Yep, Resident Evil's coming out in March, and in March, the weather gets warmer, and warmer weather is better. And I am going to feel better once the weather's better. And it's better to feel better, and what makes me feel better is the weather. And weather will be better when I feel better because the weather makes me better.
That HQ can push new campaigns straight to the freestyle. It took a while to get to this level. Whenever Coke wanted to push a new campaign or change content, it required a full software update, during which the machine couldn't pour a single drink. Not exactly ideal considering many fountains are located in high-traffic fast food chains. So in the mid-2010s, Coca-Cola integrated AirWatch, a modern device management platform. Now, instead of sending out a massive software update whenever marketers want to roll out a campaign, they could push tiny data packages. While receiving the configurations, the machines most likely stay fully operational. They simply download and display the new content, like this Halloween special. What happens next is called nudging. A new flavor might be the first bubble you see, or a short teaser video might just catch your eye. You're still free to pick whatever you want, but those gentle nudges make you more likely to experiment. Thousands of individual recorded choices to try some bizarre Halloween flavor, all feeding directly into Coca-Cola's product development. But wait a minute, this little black dot up there, is that a camera? Is this thing recording you?
Weird.
Well, Coca-Cola did plan to install a camera in one of their freestyle models. They even included it in their spec sheet and described it with the words, future capability for motion sensing and facial recognition. This way, the company could have tracked every smile when you mix flavors, every frown when it doesn't taste right after a little test sip, literally observing which combos make you happy or annoyed. Every reaction is data. But could they really pull this off? At least in theory. In Europe, for example, strict data protection laws such as general data protection regulations would likely not allow this to happen. In the US, however, businesses and event venues are increasingly experimenting with facial analysis and recognition technology in public spaces, so hypothetically, it might be feasible there. According to Fortune, in early 2024, AI company Quantify referenced a facial recognition project tied to freestyle. In a now-removed entry on their website, it reportedly said, each vending machine comes with a camera installed, in which an image is captured for every customer interacting with the machine. Coca-Cola's marketing team aspired to use these images to generate insights on consumer preferences and usage patterns. Reportedly, Quantify built a machine learning model to detect customer demographics. Basically, the Coca-Cola company could know you're a guy in your 20s, standing here grabbing that Sprite cherry. After Fortune asked questions, the post seemingly vanished. A spokesperson for Coca-Cola said cameras in freestyle fountains were just tested in a laboratory setting from 2018 to 2019. When we asked Coca-Cola about this, they did not respond. The creepy camera hole aside, the technology is pretty impressive. A single globally deployed machine expanding flavor variety, strategically pushing experience marketing, enabling hyper-detailed flavor testing, micro-campaigning, and optimization of the supply chain. You probably stood in front of one of those before and never even had a clue. But there is this one central question we just couldn't shake. Just how much are they saving and making with this? In order to find out, we went down a rabbit hole, annual reports, analytics, figures, and company filings, only to realize there is no concrete data. Sure, we found a few clues here and there, but we could barely make anything useful out of it, especially because gains from freestyle are tangled up with other projects. When we reached out to Coca-Cola for comment, they didn't respond, so we had to call in backup. Enter Yannick, the team's spreadsheet wizard. He dove into everything we could find out about freestyle and started making sense of it. His analysis is split into 3 parts. First, Payback. Let's start with Coca-Cola's assumed revenue from freestyle machines. To get a rough baseline, we looked at something similar, loyalty programs like Payback.
These have been around for 2 decades? This is the first time I've even heard of them, and I've definitely never seen anything like this. Anonymous donatillers, you'll probably find this satisfying. Let me see.
In November of 2024, YouTuber Internet Anarchist released a video titled "The Worst Content Thieves on YouTube." But little did millions of people watching know, the creator of this very video would be facing plagiarism allegations of his own.
Content theft is a massive problem on YouTube, and it only seems to be getting worse. Added to the latest thing I do.
Somebody already told me about this. The Internet Anarchist is a fucking retard. None of this surprises me. Like, I had a little argument with him in his comment section. He came off as ridiculously intellectually lazy, so yeah, this does not surprise me. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
Payback usually returns an estimated 0.5 to 3% of your spending. Sounds like a bad deal for them. But here's the thing. It works. Because when people get a little something in return, they tend to spend even more. And while they do, Payback collects tons of data, or what they buy, when they buy, and where they buy. You can't fully compare Payback to Coke Freestyle, but both follow the same idea. Encourage people to buy, and learn as much as possible while they do. The data collected through loyalty programs like Payback enables targeted marketing and personalized offers, helping deliver messages that are relevant to individual consumers. Studies like this one show that loyalty programs can improve gross margins by 2 to. We can conservatively assume source, Coke Freestyle machines dispense around 4 billion drinks per year. Assuming an average of $2 per drink and a 2% margin, that adds up to roughly $160 million in yearly gains, well over $1 billion since Freestyle's inception. Second, the value of data. Back in 2015, Coca-Cola teamed up with Hivery, a company focusing on AI-driven optimization. Their mission was to optimize vending machine sales. One of Hivery's clients was Reyes Coca-Cola Bottling Co., a U.S. bottler with roughly 19,000 vending machines in hospitals across California and Nevada. Hivery's software combined sales data with machine learning and some algorithms to predict demand for every beverage in every machine. Reportedly, Reyes saw a 6% sales increase and a 15% reduction in restocking trips. These numbers suggest that data-driven supply chain management can generate significant sales boosts and cost savings. It is reasonable to assume that freestyle fountains could yield similar results. Third, new flavors. Some of the new flavors Coca-Cola launched based on their freestyle testing turned out about as popular as the deeply disappointing and unwanted sequel you're going to endure in a few minutes. Take Coke Cherry Vanilla, for example. Even though it was one of the most beloved freestyle combos, Coca-Cola.
What's your thoughts on mind uploading or whole brain emulation?
That could be cool, as long as I get to pound anime babes when I'm in the virtual world. Thanks for the donation, Rick.
Coca-Cola decided to not produce any more in 2024 due to declining demand. Freestyle may help spot promising new flavors, but it doesn't seem to be foolproof. Out of 4 flavors brought to the market, 2 did not survive. This doesn't necessarily mean they were bad investments, just that they weren't long-term hits. Coca-Cola may have overestimated how representative freestyle users are for the broader market. Again, our request for comment went unanswered. While Coca-Cola rarely publishes concrete sales data for specific products, we found a number for one of their newer non-freestyle Sprite products that shows the potential of this market. Sprite Chill generated $50 million in sales in its first 21 weeks in the North American market. Again, it's hard to estimate the total profit the company may have made through new flavors that started on freestyle, and how important the fountain data was for their success. But looking at all 3 aspects of Yannick's analysis, one thing is relatively safe to assume. The $1 billion Coca-Cola reportedly invested into these machines has long been made back.
That is pretty cool. Quite interesting. I have a penis. And this is a cat. It's a very beautiful cat. Very sweet and cuddly. Always loves to cuddle. He also very much enjoys a good snack.
but his primary focus is cuddling, and I love him. He is such a sweetie. Oh my God. Look at this cat. Just so good. Diddly 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 diddly.
Good night, Princess.
Night real.
Is Nathan okay?
John Zook.
When will I see him again?
Oh. I don't know, honey. He hasn't left his office in 3 days. He loved his wife and daughter more than anything in the world. But we can try again tomorrow, okay? You get some sleep.
Did you hear that Trump is going to include Putin on his board of peace for Gaza?
Well, he already did that. Yeah.
You talked about being concerned, Mr. President, about Russia trying to come and take over Greenland. If you're worried that Putin would do something like that, why invite him to join your board of peace?
Because we want everybody. We want all nations. We want all nations where people have control, people have power. That way we're never going to have a problem. This is the greatest board ever assembled.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Yeah, Putin hasn't actually even commented on that yet. It's just bizarre. Thanks for the donation, G. Ghost. Oh. What's going on here? What's going on here? What's going on here? Oh, this is boring. Oh, it's spooky. There's a ghost. Oh no. Oh, that's his daughter.
Tony, what are you doing here? It's late.
Yeah, steroids
Go
should
back
be
to
taught
bed.
about. They never talk about them accurately, though.
Daddy,
What did you say?
it was so quick. Mommy couldn't do anything. But it didn't hurt.
Stop it, Jody.
It didn't hurt at all.
You hear me? Stop it right now.
We're here, Nathan.
That's really creepy.
We're right by your side.
Helen. Laura.
We love you, darling. We'll always love you.
Talk to me again. Jody. Make them come back. Make them come back again.
I can't. They've gone.
Please. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. I miss them so much.
The active condenser in the Republic of Kazakhstan has
What
been
was the point of
destroyed and
that?
the rift is now inaccessible. We are now the only nation with access to the infraworld. This situation opens up new strategic and military perspectives.
Nah, not talking to
We're
any
gonna launch
Muslim
new programs
mommies.
to discover possible energy resources and develop military applications. We've already found ways of linking entities to human soldiers, and this is just the beginning. Now, this is more important than the race to space or developing nuclear capability. We have discovered a new world. A world for us to conquer. This is the beginning of a new era for our nation.
Pentagon top brass getting you down?
I did what they wanted me to do. It's not my business anymore.
We played our part in all of this.
It's a little late for regrets.
So what are you gonna do now?
Go as far away from here as possible. Try and forget about what a mess my life has been so far. And what about you?
CIA has it all mapped out for me. Top tier, big car, golf meetings. I mean, I haven't given him an answer yet, but it's worth considering. Listen, Jody, I know it's been complicated between us, and I didn't always do the right thing. But maybe we could start again. You know, try and build something together. I mean, after all the stuff we've been through, maybe we could make it work.
What about Aiden?
I'll get used to him. And I'm sure he'll end up getting used to me. I mean, we have something in common. We both care about you.
He's kind of gay.
You lied to me. I could never trust you again. I'm sorry, Ray.
I understand. Well, look, whatever you do, Just remember, I'll always be there for you.
Ah, there you are. Nathan's looking for you. Come on, I'll take you to his office. Later, Ryan. Oh, you know what? I got a single malt in my office that needs sharing. Meet you in a few?
No, I don't think I...
Come on. Don't make me drink it alone. Waste of a good bottle. I'll tell you what, I'll find you, okay? This way, Jody. Some decisions are hard to make, huh, Jody?
Someone's always decided for me. It's time I make my own choices.
Just do what your heart tells you. Then you'll know you made the right decision. All right, here we are. Call me when you're done. I'll come pick you up.
Okay.
Whatever Nathan says, be careful.
Can't say I like this game. I enjoy it for the same reasons I enjoy Shenmue. It's really stupid.
Come in. Jody. I'm so glad to see you safe.
I kept my part of the bargain. Now it's the CIA's turn.
As far as the CIA is concerned, you no longer exist. You're now Elizabeth North. A new identity, a new life.
$500,000? Are you kidding me? They give
For
way bigger
services rendered.
payouts.
That should help make a new start.
Thanks.
Before you go, there's one last thing I'd like to ask. When my wife and daughter disappeared in that accident 15 years ago, I wanted to die too. I cried a lot, banging my head against the wall, trying to figure out why them? Never being able to hold them again. It was like a wound that wouldn't heal. But then you came along. And I realized they were still here all the time, near me. I just couldn't see. The government gave me everything I needed to study the infraworld. They were interested in military applications. I was interested in seeing my family again. It's taken me some years, but I finally succeeded in creating this.
That looks miserable.
Hello, my darlings. Helen.
They look like they're suffering horribly.
Laura. I miss you so much.
Well, this is stupid. They make everything dumb.
Soon we'll be together.
Thanks for the donation, Chris.
I'm working on a modified condenser that can communicate with souls of the infraworld.
They look like they're suffering.
Jody. Can you imagine?
What do you want from me?
I want you to help me talk to them. Hear their voices. I want to tell them what I'm doing. Until I finish my research, you're the only one that can do it.
Accept, because that sounds funny.
Give me your hands.
My darling. I missed you so much.
Let us go, Nathan. You're hurting us. You've got to let us go. Let us die.
You're lying. Helen didn't say that. You did.
Keeping them here. They're being torn apart between two worlds.
That's not true. You're lying. I know they want to be with me again. I know they want to be with me.
He's turning into the Green Goblin.
You wanted to talk to them. Okay? You heard what they had to say. Goodbye, Nathan.
Nathan, my name's Norman Osborn. You can literally see them suffering. What are you, retarded? Oh my god, that's so stupid. Would you have a child in return for getting the Inuyashiki powers? Yeah, that'd be worth it. Okay, well, I guess that's that. I love how there's all these plot threads that go absolutely nowhere and don't have anything to do with the overarching story. Like, there isn't even any overarching story. There's just random shit that happens. It's like one of the worst bad movies ever made.
Hi, Jody. Good to see you again.
What?
Well, you put us in a very difficult situation, you know that. We can't let you go.
This is so stupid.
We can't kill you either. We don't know what you'll do on the other side. So there's only one appropriate solution. We inject you with a neuro acid, which will put you in a permanent coma. Exactly what we did with your mother. A simple and elegant way to put an end to our collaboration.
Why wouldn't Aiden have stopped this? Or Aiden?
Goodbye, Jody.
Oh my god, this makes
We
no
will
sense.
always be grateful for your help.
I would have just killed them. So, what's Aiden doing? What's her friendly ghost doing? This is so stupid. Oh my god, this is just so stupid. So Aiden will kill a bunch of rapists in a bar, but he won't
Jody.
Stop these people?
You opened my eyes. It was so obvious, but I didn't want to see.
Help me, Nathan.
I'm going to accomplish man's oldest dream. Nobody will have to die anymore. No one will ever be separated again.
What are you talking about?
The containment field. I'm going to deactivate it. The infraworld will spread through our dimension. Life and death, united in one world.
It's not just souls on the other side. It's death.
I've beaten death, Jody. Everything's gonna be just fine. You need to trust me.
He's the Green Goblin now.
Everything.
He's crazy.
It's gonna turn out fine.
Stop giving him the super soldier serum. Yeah, Willem Dafoe. Oh, so now Aiden's gonna do something? Oh, okay. Right.
You're too weak, Aiden.
You kidding me?
Find something else.
This is bullshit. What? He can,
Get
like...
help.
What?
Hurry.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Where's the rest of your team?
Vince and Nick? They have 3 months leave. They're on a beach on some exotic island, no doubt.
Lucky bastards. Hey, I've got a couple of emails I need to send. You mind if I do that before we crack the bottle?
No problem.
Okay.
I don't understand. If he can do all this shit, why can't he just pull a tube out of her? Oh my god, this is stupid.
Cole here. Hello? Hello?
You keep entities in this lab?
Good God, no. They're all trapped behind the containment field.
Aiden? Is that you, Aiden? This is a joke, it's not funny.
Why would Aiden be here without...
What is it, Aiden? Where's Jody? Lead us to Jody, Aiden. Show us the way.
Is there a thing that I can do to...
Right. Now where? This way.
Over there.
Okay, I get it.
Why can't he just tug on their nuts a little bit?
You want us to take the elevator? Is that it?
Just tug on their nuts.
Leave it to me.
Can I help you?
Cole Freeman, I have level 3 authorization.
I love you.
He's with me.
You're beautiful.
I'm sorry, Mr. Freeman. You do not have the correct authorization for this level.
Maybe you could make an exception. I just want to show him.
Sorry, sir. This area is level 4 classified. You do not have the right credentials.
Oh, well, that's that. I guess we're gonna have to kill this guy.
You gotta get us past him, Aiden.
Desk 42, hello. Hello? Hello?
He's done it.
I think you made a mistake. Could you check again, please? Cole Freeman and Ryan Clayton?
I'm sorry, you are on the list. My apologies. Go on through.
Thank you.
No, people don't have souls.
Hurry, Aiden. Take us to Jody.
It's just some gay shit retards came up with because they're too pussy to just accept death.
Right. Now where?
I don't know if... Fuck. That's the opposite direction. Or is it? Is that the right? It didn't give me any, spibbities. Oh my god.
Aiden, you still there?
Yeah, shut up.
Something moved.
Why in the hell?
There!
Jody's here? Jody.
Get out. Oh, Nathan. He's gonna deactivate the containment field.
What? Why? Why would he do that?
He's gone insane. He thinks he's gonna get his family back. We gotta stop him.
The containment field. Oh, Christ, he's done it. He's done it!
You need help?
No. No, I'm okay.
This way! Hurry up! Don't stay here! We gotta move on! Get back! Now! We gotta get out! Now! This way! Hurry!
There might still be a chance to reactivate the field.
We might be in a matrix.
It isn't already too late.
We're in a matrix of our own mind, that's for sure.
Get out of here! Come on!
Jesus! They're out! They're all out!
Bullets do nothing! God! You can't hold me back! The shield isn't working! No! Jody! You're the only one who can stop this. Dawkins has gone mad. He took down the field.
Oh my god.
You gotta get rid of these goddamn monsters now!
I ought to kill you, McGrath. But the last thing the Infraworld needs is a son of a bitch like you. Get out of my way.
Clayton, get me out of here immediately, Clayton. Agent Clayton, that's an order.
Consider that my resignation.
You're all gonna die here. We're all gonna die.
This is so awful. Like, oh my god, dude.
Come on.
What is there to do here?
Come on.
Is that anything to do?
It's not working. I can't stop the condenser or reactivate the field.
There's nothing we can do. Let's get out of here while we still can.
Wait. There's one more thing I can try. Hurry! We're out of time!
What are you doing?
It's a portable containment field. Should protect me long enough to reach the condenser and trigger the manual self-destruct. Might be our only chance to close the rift. It's a long shot, but it's the best I got.
Come on, you're talking crazy, Cole. We need to get out of here, let the military clean up their own fucking mess. Jody, no.
Paul's right. It's our only chance.
So now they have ghost force field suits? No,
Jasmine
no,
dumped you,
no,
not
no,
the other
no,
way
no,
around.
no,
Let's
no,
not
no,
forget.
No, no, no. No, no, no. Not you, Gunny, you're good.
I always figured I'd die a hero.
Oh my god, they have ghost force field suits.
I repeat, exit the building immediately.
The black sun is at the center of the dome. No one's ever been before, so there's no telling what we'll find down there.
How much time do we have after we've activated the self-destruct?
The system was designed to be activated remotely. The explosion will be practically instantaneous. We're not coming back.
Oh. Let me see. Two donated $2.
You must die, or else you will die. You must die, or else you will die.
That doesn't make any sense. Thanks for the donation, though, too. Yeah, nice. Na Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters.
The condenser zone is on the other side of that door.
We've got company.
Ghostbusters.
Jesus. I hope you're right. Or our little trip into the Infraworld might come to a sticky end.
What are we doing? What?
Joe, don't get too close to that. Let's go!
Fuck. Sid donated $2. Are you resting the controller on Gummy when you pause the game? Yes. He's a good controller holder. Thanks for the donation, Sid. Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Spelling Bee.
They see us! Run!
I thought they had ghost suits.
Tony! They're coming!
No! No! No!
There was nothing you could do, Jordan.
We gotta get out of here.
Can this game fucking end already? Oh my god, it's just so stupid.
The Black Sun.
Let's finish this.
You hear that?
Don't listen to it! Keep going!
Who are they?
Souls! Lost souls!
They're all around us!
I know!
Why is it going on for so long? Holy fuck. Like, I get it. It's so boring.
My baby. I lost my baby. Have you seen him? No. No,
Oh my god, can
Ryan?
we finish this?
Ryan!
I can't find them! I call them, but they don't come!
Look around, Nathan! Lost souls!
like you, lost forever because you can't face the truth.
I miss them. I miss them so much.
You don't love them, or you never would have done this to them. I'm gonna destroy the condenser before it's too late.
You're not gonna stop me, Joey. You're not gonna stop me from seeing my family again. No one will have to suffer what I suffered. No one will ever be.
Oh my god. Like, Jesus Christ.
I missed you. I missed you so much.
Oh my god. Oh, this is so stupid.
You're the only one who can fix this, Jody. Do it.
Oh man, that's dumb.
Do it for me.
This is like the best stupid story ever.
Fuck, there you are.
Oh, that's so
Found what he
jarring.
was looking for. Come on.
What in the fuck is this? Dude, they just made me do this for like 10 minutes. Why am I still walking? Like, I get it. What way am I supposed to press?
Fucking monsters! Got this damn Belgian already dead.
My containment field's not working.
What? You sure? Check the panel.
I'm telling you, it's not working.
Fuck. Fuck. I gotta think. Think of something.
No, what are you doing?
You stand the best chance of destroying the Black Sun. Just take this and
No,
do
those
it.
things are gonna slaughter you.
Take the damn belt and destroy the fucking condenser. Get out of here before I change my mind. We inject you with a neural acid, which will put you in a permanent coma. Exactly what we did with your mother.
It's too late, Jody. It's too late.
لماذا فعلت ذلك؟ فكرت أنك صديقتي.
Are we done yet? Oh my god, it goes on for so long. Oh my god. I get it, okay? Holy fuck. Hey, we can see up her skirt. Dude, she wears fucking granny panties.
I'm sick and tired of your stories! Jody, this time you're really gonna get it!
Give me back my child!
Calm down, Nora!
I want to see her! My little girl! My boy!
For God's sake, what's going on? The twin. He strangled her. We couldn't do anything.
Son! I want to see my son.
Oh, gross.
Aiden.
Oh, please don't tell me. Oh, so Aiden was her unborn brother? Oh, that's retarded. That's stupid.
My brother.
Gross. I don't want to see this. Ew.
Still
Ew. Wonder if he's gonna be black. That'd be funny.
Aiden. We couldn't leave each other. Our souls were bound together.
That makes no sense. Wait, is he black?
I loved you. And hated you for years.
Yeah, dude, this game is fucking
You
retarded.
were a part of me.
I think he's actually, like, blackish. Sort of looks mulatto. Yeah! Oh! What? How did I know they would do that? What? I was like, it would be funny if he was black and then he's like fucking mulatto somehow. What the hell? Oh my god, this is the stupidest game I've ever fucking played. Oh. Oh, this is so dumb.
Living, feeling, being in love.
Love you, Jody.
Growing old.
Oh my god.
So many things I still have to do. Other side. Another world. Becoming the wind, the stars, the universe. Being with Aiden and those I've loved forever.
Life beyond, let's have her kill herself. Ugh, this is so stupid. Alright, kill yourself already.
Jody?
Jody,
Jody, come here, wake up. Jody, wake. Jody, wake up. Jody, wake up.
VGU say this is going on too long, but that also happened with the cutscenes of Last of Us 2 and that other game of college students. But you didn't complain about that. You can't have it both ways.
Well, Last of Us 2's cutscenes... I wasn't complaining about the length of the cutscenes. I was complaining about the length of the stupid, repetitive gameplay moments where they just make you tap buttons. Thanks for the donation, though, just be honest.
Jody.
No, she killed herself for no reason.
Jody. Jody. No. No. Jody, wake up. No.
Yay, I picked the dumb ending.
There's a world out here. A whole universe of forests and lakes and mountains and rivers. It's all around us.
Ghost jellyfish?
You just have to listen carefully to hear its whisper. Neither heaven nor hell. There's no God or devil. Just a place where we continue to exist after we die.
So where did all the monsters come from? I don't understand.
My soul explores it endlessly, and
this is so
I've still
stupid.
only seen a fragment of it.
Yeah, this
I can be
afterlife
everywhere
looks like
and
shit.
nowhere. I can dissolve into nothing or become whole again. I can merge my soul with others, or be more alone than any human being has ever been. All this is possible merely by the force of my will.
Oh, that is absolutely dumb.
I continue to look through to your world. I watch over those I love. I'd like them to know I'm there, that I'm okay.
Well, the afterlife wouldn't be so bad if you
Hold
could
them in my
go into
arms
girls'
one
locker
more
rooms.
time. Tell them how much I miss them. But I have to settle for being close by. Invisible. Transparent. No more than a fading memory.
Hey, Gummy. It's a good baby.
I know what has been and what is yet to be. I know all the possibilities. I can see the darkness coming. I must stay a while longer. There is still a part to play.
This is such
Before
bad
I can leave to discover
dialogue.
what lies beyond.
Oh my god, they're not homeless anymore? Oh, this is stupid.
Sometimes I can spend hours staring into space.
Why are
watching
they
the
all
images
living
as they go
together?
by. They play over and over again, like a TV that's never turned off. I don't know why I'm seeing all this, but there's one thing I do know. It all really happened. When I'm alone, I listen to the voice inside my head.
And that girl has
talks to
powers
me.
for no reason.
She says there are things I need to know. Sometimes I shut my eyes and it's as if I could fly. I can go through walls. I see beautiful colors around people, and I discover faraway places without ever leaving my room. The voice told me not to tell anyone. I'm really scared, especially at night when I'm alone with the shadows.
This is so random.
Things moving in the darkness. Strange noises.
Is this the
Whispers in
same
the dark.
character model from before, but they just swapped her
Voice says
hair?
it's nothing.
That's the
It'll
annoying
all
girl at
go
the party
away.
with the blonde hair, isn't it?
But she
Isn't
won't
it?
tell me what the
No, not about the cutscenes, that's outside the point. Which is that something of the game, whatever is, you selective call going on too long, and or being too boring.
Yeah, but Last of Us was good. This isn't. Thanks for the donation, just be honest.
these things are. And I'm too scared to ask. I often have the same dream.
What?
Everything seems so real. The sounds.
Oh, were they
smells,
teasing a sequel for this
the light.
horse shit?
Deep down, I know it's not just a dream. It's like an echo. An echo of things to come. I must get ready. I know there's not much time. There's only one thing I can be sure of. I will never be alone again.
Dumb. Oh my god, that was the stupidest.
I'll kill everyone.
Stupidest game I've ever played.
I'm so afraid I lost.
That was so dumb.
How much time do we have?
I literally can't believe that, how dumb that was. Well, I guess we can play a better game next stream since we're done with that. But holy shit, that was dumb. That was a totally new experience and stupid. All right. Alright, well, I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I am now going to go to bed now. But hope you all had fun. I will see you all tomorrow, and sweet dreams.